both platforms online, and Zip will take it home.
What a game.
Take a victory lap, take a bow, and take the headsets off and start to yell.
Racers, are we ready? Yes. Are we ready for the Zip Chair Gaming Esports U 2023 Arlington Zip Chair commemorative race? I don't know why it's commemorative. It is now.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to CECC Western Qualifier. I am Septilence, joined by Twin Salty, and we are jumping now into my favorite game, Overwatch 2. Two great teams going head-to-head, and we're going to enter with two and only one can leave. Before we get into all of that, Twin Salty, how you doing, man? How's your weekend been?
It's been going great. You know, this regional's honestly been quite entertaining. You got that on top of OWCS and the action been going on there. It's been a pretty good weekend.
Very nice, very nice. It's been a good weekend here as well. It's been so nice and sunny all day. I was outside before this broadcast, and I will be going outside after this broadcast as well because it's a very nice day here. But enough about us. Let's talk about what everybody is here to see. Of course, these teams. We've got Boise State versus ASU, Arizona State University, going head-to-head here. And Twin Salty, I mean, both these teams bringing absolute power players to this qualifying final.
Yes, two teams that honestly, yeah. Well, this West Final, Spawn, Texas on the line. Both teams wanting it desperately. Boise State, they beat UCIB. I guess that's just how I say it because UCI names their teams the same. They beat them 3-1 in the semifinal a bit ago. ASU swept UCI Maine after losing to them 2 weeks ago, 3-1. So a big improvement there from the Sun Devils. But, these teams just played yesterday. It's not like it's been a while. Boise State won in a close one, 3-1. It's time to see if they can do it again.
A 3-1 on the board for Boise State. And speaking of Boise State, I believe we have a live feed look at the team themselves. So a big shout out to Doc Haskell for making this happen. But also, let's just talk about who we are going to be seeing today. We're looking at a roster lineup. That was Matt Merck right there. But we've got Matt Merck on the board. We've got Plato, Moose, Chosen, and Bagel coming out here. So Twin Salty, there have been a couple of shakeups, a couple of changes here for the Boise roster this year. But as they've made it to these finals with a bit of a showing behind them, clearly it hasn't made a negative impact on the program.
No, they've been able to keep on pushing through. Like you said, Moose, this is kind of their big entry into this team for this size of a tournament. Clear left the team at early to mid February to join DAF over at OWCS Pacific. So, massive congrats, get to move on to the professional level. But it is a difference for this team because Clear was a very consistent option and obviously, had the skills to go over there now in the Pacific. So it is a lot of pressure to put on a Moose going into this type of game.
Yeah, absolutely. Moose coming in here, like you said, kind of making that debut. Clear, such an aggressive forefront player for Boise, kind of being no longer a part of the roster, will definitely shake things up and make it quite interesting. And as you mentioned, ASU lost 3-1 literally yesterday. So can this team find that time? Did they get the chance to kind of go through a VOD review and talk about what they want to bring to the table? We've got J-Man, Anhu, Aurora, Angelic, and Panther coming out as that opening five for ASU here. And this is the same roster that lost that series yesterday and on the same map that they're starting this series on.
Yeah, same map to start, going over to Busan. I know, just to put it out there right away, it's like, I go to ASU. I know
gotta address the allegations here.
Gotta address the elephant in the room. I go to ASU, so I know these guys quite well. They were quite frustrated yesterday because they did feel like they had a chance to push it to a map 5 and just let it slip through. So I'm curious to see, hey, can they actually get past that mark? They finally beat UCI, which is a team that they've struggled to beat over the last few months, just earlier today. Time to see if they can break through another hurdle.
Yeah, and not to patronize, whatever the word is, over ASU, but even taking a map off of Boise is something I have seen dozens of teams literally never do. So that alone is already a really good showing of the potential that I think ASU can bring to the table if they're playing in that full-fledged performance, especially as Boise is trying to push out this slightly modified roster. Maybe they're going to be a little bit weaker than normal. Maybe communication isn't going to be as strong. Now, I say that in huge quotes. You've got Matt Merck and Bagel, who have been on this team for as long as I have been kind of following Boise, and I think there is a really large potential that they will continue to dominate. And maybe I'm biased over Matt Merck because him and I share a first name, but he is a very good player regardless, so maybe there is a cool potential here for Boise to come out. But I really think ASU, if anything, this is going to be the team that'll show us Giants can bleed.
Yeah, they will be able to show, hopefully, or, just to see for entertainment value, I'll say hopefully, that, these teams, both deserve to be in Texas, but only one will qualify today. And that we have a lot of interesting action the rest of the year. Both of these teams also have a different way to get through to Texas. Boise State, they can qualify through Mountain West. ASU can qualify through Western Cactus League. But obviously you want to win it here. You want to be hey, in one of the hardest regionals of CECC, I would say this and the South are probably the arguably two hardest for Overwatch.
I'm so glad you bring this up though, because I was gonna say East. I was gonna say East. So it's like there's so many regions. Also, we cannot disregard Midwest, bringing out schools like Northwood and Maryville, and there's so many teams in every region. But I do think in terms of kind of highest skill ceiling all being in the same area, because if you look at the East, you've got Fisher over there, Midwest, you've got Maryville over there, but here in the West, you've got a lot of teams that can be going head to head. I do think Boise is kind of that Maryville Fisher equivalent, right? But there are a lot of teams here out in the West that are really starting to punch up year after year, qualifier after qualifier. They're getting closer and closer, and we've got to see if Boise can continue to pull ahead.
Yeah, this will be a big test. If Boise can come out and be like, hey, whether it be a dominant 3-0, it could be a 3-1, so hey, the West is still ours. They've not had the greatest day across their games. They're probably going to be open to admit that. This was a region that a lot of people say is Boise's, and they've honestly been kind of shocked a little bit in some of the other games. So this is a test on the say, like, hey, Overwatch is still ours. Like, no doubt in our mind, the West is still ours, and you got to make sure you start heavy, especially on Busan. With, they run this weird MAGA comp that is like, it's only them and a few other schools are running right now.
Yeah.
But it's giving teams a lot of issues because there is no scrim experience for a lot of these teams against it.
Yeah, and something that we're seeing a little bit more consistently in kind of the open division, or maybe just rumors that I'm hearing from my friends. I'm not going to, but we're seeing this kind of weird Winston composition that I'm trying to pull up here because I want to describe it correctly. I want to make sure that I'm saying the right thing here. And I saw it recently. And it was, here we go, Winston, Reaper, Sombra, Lucio, Moira.
I did see
It's
that
something
one.
that I have been seeing a lot of recently. And I think it's really interesting because that's a lot of damage very, very fast. So there are very few things in the game that can kind of get rid of that much damage. Maybe the Lucio beat or an Immortality Field from Baptiste or a Suzu from Curie if it's timed correctly. But they all come from that support pocket, right? And if you're not playing one of those three supports against that composition, you, I think, physically cannot survive long enough to really do well against it unless you're running a Bastion and a Symmetra almost exclusively, which a lot of teams don't want to do. Albeit Boise, I have seen them run both Symmetra and Bastion, so I think they could counter that composition. But in terms of what just taking the team biases away and looking at what we're seeing at the higher level the most, I wouldn't be surprised to see this composition, especially due to Matt Merck being one of the best Winstons I've had the chance to see.
I could easily see the Winston pop out. Like, it's honestly, we got teased a little bit earlier in the UCI ASU game, especially on maps like Dorado and Watchpoint. You can see a lot of those dive heroes pretty often. We're in this weird meta to where you can run like JQ Rush, you can run Ram Rush, or you can run this dive, whether it be Ball or Doom or Winston, whatever you're more comfortable with.
Right.
There is so much variation in this meta right now to where it's not like, we're stuck in, X meta like we've been for months and months. Like, the teams can really change it up on what they want to do. That may be the biggest key tonight. Which team is able to adapt quicker and more effectively, because both of these teams know each other. Like, again, they just played each other less than
yesterday, 24 hours ago.
They played each other in Homecoming for playoffs. These teams are obviously very familiar with each other. Who can adapt the most?
Yeah, an adaptation. I mean, it is one of Boise's, I would say, kind of strong suits in a way. I think this team, their hero pools really kind of drip very far down. We're not looking at, I only play blank, or I only do whatever. I think this team is really good at adaptation, but maybe there is a little bit of versatility on the side of ASU as well. It's a team that, I happen to know less, that you happen to know a lot more about. So we've got a very cool dynamic on the desk here of I know a lot about Boise, you know a lot about ASU, and we can really kind of delve into that a little bit. But overall, I do think I'm expecting Winston early. Matt Merck is the only collegiate player I've ever seen get a 5K Primal Rage, just ever. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. It was on Circuit Royale. It was at the West qualifier last year, actually, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember who the other team was, but it was impressive regardless. So that's always stuck in my brain. And I know that we're looking at Bagel on that support line, traditionally a very, very talented player. I believe the shot caller for Boise as well. And those are the two that I continue to mention because they've just been around the longest. And they seem to have really kind of solidified the statement of Boise being as powerful as they are in the collegiate scene.
You know who also has been, solidified as one of the powerhouses of the industry, Matt?
Who's this?
Zip Chair. The official CECC West regional qualifiers brought to you by ZipChair, the official gaming chair for CECC. Head over to zipchair.com to elevate your gaming experience today. But yeah, I can't wait. I saw it was a perfect segue. I had to.
It was good. I applaud it personally.
Segue.
I liked it.
But we are, as you could tell, there was one PC actually at the Boise facility that forgot to update. So that is what we are currently waiting on. But yeah, I'm excited to see how this trend goes out because, like we talked about, I think pre-show as well, it's not a normal map pool. Like, this is loser pick map. It just can't be any map that has been played during the series. So if you just want to hard play control, and if you keep losing control, and I guess you want to keep going back to it, you are free to do so.
Yep, and that's exactly what he's talking about as well. It's not, you can't replay a map type. You just can't replay the map. You want to go Busan, Lijiang, like Ilios. If you just want to run down control, more power to you. I've seen it before, and I I'm just the biggest fan of Control in the world. I love that map type. I think it's so fun. I think it's so enjoyable to watch, and I wouldn't be surprised to see these teams do this. A lot of teams have been doing that recently in semifinals, in grand finals. I don't know if it's because they want to do it faster or if they just want to go into the nitty gritty and really just kind of start beating the snot out of each other, but overall it does seem to be pretty popular. I think there is a lot of options in terms of map that can work really well for both these teams, but I know we're starting off on Busan, and maybe depending on what the losing team wants to do, we can continue to roll into those Control, and I think of course it will matter how close those Controls are, whether or not you choose to play one again.
Yeah, it very well maybe like, okay, was it like a 2-0 or was it like maybe 120
Right.
each time? Like, okay, then you're maybe not, leaning that direction. Or if it's like how they played yesterday, I think every game was a 2-1 on Control maps, and he was like 195, 198.
Yep.
So I'm very excited to see how these teams go, but that is the extra element to this. It's not just some set map set. Like, you can always diversify. These teams very deep in their map pools. We've seen a lot of different looks. Boise, we've talked about it. They're a little shaky on the most random of maps. Like, they dropped a map to UCLA, which was very, weird. I don't know how they dropped a map to UCLA, but there's just been these weird glimpses from BSU that maybe they're not as confident on these just small maps, and you wonder if ASU's caught that, or if that's just maybe like, hey, it was a wrong map for Boise on the day, and maybe they tried to fix that by now.
Yeah, it could have just been a wrong map. We've seen Boise a couple of times come through. Sometimes they try and do composition mid-series, that doesn't work out, and then they struggle to find their footing again, but they can usually find it later in the series. Or sometimes we see them, just drop kind of the most random of maps, but that happens to a lot of teams. And unfortunately, before we get to see these teams, I do think we're going to have to throw it to just a little bit of a break. As Twin Salty mentioned, that game update isn't quite done yet, so we'll see you right back here with some more Overwatch 2 action in just a bit.
Making history at CECC. And there it is! Both platforms online and dip will take it home.
What a game.
Take a victory lap, take a bow, and take the headsets off and start to yell.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to CECC West 2024. I'm still Septilence, joined by Twin Salty, and we are finally getting ready to jump into that series. We told you it'd be a quick break, and darn tootin', were we right. These teams are now ready. Boise State versus ASU in this qualifying grand final. Qualifinal. I'm going to keep saying that because I like it. I hope no one else has said that before.
I like
but
that.
But it is a qualifinal here. One of these teams will qualify for Texas through this best-of-5 series, and we're going to be jumping into Busan in just a moment to find out which of those teams it may be.
Yeah, this was the game going into West that I was the most unsure about of who would qualify.
Yep.
Because, like we talked about earlier, it was honestly a battle between UCI, ASU, and Boise. UCI out of the equation. They're going to have to battle through the LCQs to make it in now. But now we're down to the final two here between Boise and ASU. And going to the gorgeous Busan, like you said, to start us off. And I wonder if that MAGA comp for Boise will be making a return here.
I've got to wonder the same. I have such a love-hate relationship with Busan because I love two of the stages, and I really do not like one of them. So we're going to see if the one I dislike is going to be one of our stages today, but I won't say which it is until we get there. It's a little secret.
Okay.
But I do think the MAGA comp has worked really well in the past, but I do think people are slowly but surely kind of finding ways around it a little bit. I think there is a little bit of versatility in kind of bringing a Sigma or an Orisa out. This is the one I don't like. All right, anyway, enough about me. Let's take a Boise State's competition, bringing the Junker Queen to the table, which isn't necessarily uncommon, but has been less common as of late.
Yeah, definitely less common as of late, and I wonder if it'll actually, get actual value here. I'm not sure, as Boise is going to be aggressive right away, trying to jump on Aurora, but instead they get Panther.
Oh, very nice, very nice. Matt Merck here on the DPS department, by the way. Something else I didn't even get to talk about here. We've got Moose on the Junker Queen. Matt Merck going to be on that Soldier 76, but a lot of people, we do see some swap back and forth between that DPS and tank department occasionally, and right now, Boise State's Matt Merck is looking good out the gate. Able to find a 2K onto both supports and clears the door open for Boise against Arizona State. I do want to note as well that I thought Moose would struggle with Angelic on the Zenyatta, right? The Discord should have been a problem.
It should have been, but it was just so fast of a fight. ASU were not able to really answer with anything, and now Angelic will go over to the Lucio instead to give that extra little speed, and ASU just full swap onto the JQ mirror. So yeah, full mirror now going into the second fight.
I like it. JQ, she's a little bit faster than Sigma in terms of attack speed and damage per second, so now Junker Queen is going to be able to mirror that a bit more consistently on the side of Arizona. Play-Doh on a flank into the back line here, looking for an elimination or at least a cap on to point of full focus when able. 40% now for Boise State. They may lose, no, will lose Moose. That's a great knife from Aurora. Opens the gates for Arizona State once more.
Yeah, now make their way on forward. Boise State may just try and stall this out a little bit for their Junker Queen to return, but it will be the cap for ASU, and poor Matt Mark. They are just stuck in the back yet on who will be able to take off, but they do lose Panther in the process.
It's nice. A large bagel here on a bit of supportal combat takes that Kiriko down, but overstays his welcome and will be eliminated by J-Man. Now Boise State gonna get staggered out a bit, but Yuka Kitsune rush to try and make up for that missing support. Could be the difference here. Chosen is not gonna be the chosen one in this fight. Will instead go down, leaving Boise 3v5 with no supports on the table, so all damage against this team currently permanent. Aurora is gonna be traded out for Play-Doh, so tank falling for Arizona State. A large bagel should be back right about now, but holy cow. Just as quickly as he's back, he's sent back to spawn once more.
This is where it could get interesting for Boise. They only had to use the Kitsune rush that fight to try and bring it back. I respect it. Like, it is a winnable fight if you can stall long enough for your Lucio to get back. It just didn't work out that time. But both teams have the Sound Barrow to try and counter, but Moose will have the Rampage first.
Rampage is such a valuable ultimate here, and a large bagel is not even going to get the chance to stick around for a J-Man out early with the eliminations here in that tactical visor. 3 players down, including Matt Merck, so he cannot counter visor into this fight. Ooh, a boop goes out. Moose is going to stick around. I'm surprised he don't jump off the map, but I think they were trying to avoid that boop kill. So Arizona State now taking the lead over Boise. Going to enter about... No way.
Whoa. Play-Doh not playing around, still lurking.
That's hilarious.
And they can just hunt J-Man. Now, can they actually get out? And so far, yes.
Oh, Matt Merkin with the attack visor as well, going to be able to focus down this tank. Aurora should not be long for this world, and they certainly will not be. 19 seconds left here on the clock for Arizona State to win this map, but Matt Merck going to be trying to turn it into a double kill, able to do so with the help of Moose, but J-Man does get that vengeance pick. Visor is going to be a long way away for J-Man, so he's going to have to rely on his own aim to make that magic happen. 6 seconds left. An incredible stall from Anhu keeps Arizona State into absolutely last fight territory. They've got to take down Boise just one more time to take this first stage of Busan. But as you mentioned yesterday, Twin Salty, a lot of those maps for ASU were 199, 195, and they rarely were finding that 100.
Yeah, it was just getting over that final hurdle, and it's honestly for maps and just for their season, a lot of 2-3 losses, a lot of very close maps. Curious to see if they can finally get over the hump here. Both teams still holding on to the Rampage.
Rampage is going to be able to come out. It's that Carnage that comes out early on. A great beat from Angelic does keep the team alive, but Moose isn't going to be able to get the same graces. Matt Merck goes down to a beautiful knife back into the back there. 20% now remaining for Boise State. A late beat from a large bagel keeps the remaining 4 players alive, but it is a 5v4 disadvantage for Boise State. They don't have a lot of ultimates to work with, but Arizona State, they are holding tightly on to that Rampage, and Moose has fallen. Plato not far behind, and ASU, I believe, has secured themselves an advantage win here on the first stage of Busan.
Yeah, nobody should be able to touch her unless a large bagel is able.
Very nice.
Yeah, never
Really
mind.
nice.
A large bagel was dead. I don't know why I said a large bagel. I saw Angelic running around. But no, 100 to 93. Didn't even use the Rampage that entire fight, which we thought was going to be the big win condition, but no, they actually just kite very well. Boise commits the beat early, and ASU take the advantage.
In a way, I think it is still kind of a win condition here because there are certain ultimates in the game where the threat of them matters more than the usage occasionally. I think good examples of this are that Rampage, are like a Genji Blade or a Sigma's Gravitic Flux, or even a Zarya Grav if you want. But it's like, okay, they have that ult, so we have to continuously play cautious and careful to hope it's not used against us. And I think ASU may have just kind of pulled the wool over Boise's eyes, not using it at all. But Boise making at least one swap. Maybe Plato goes back to Tracer here out of spawn. But Matt Merck on the Echo is going to be really nice, except for the fact that J-Man kind of drops the Soul Read a little bit and goes through the Sojourn swap.
Yeah, first time we've seen Sojourn in a while, actually. A lot of people are going Ashe and Soldier instead, but wow, it's working out so far.
Matt Merck going to learn the hard way. There is a Sojourn on that other side, and as J-Man is going to be coming out here with a lot of damage on the board, and Moose is going to fall, Anhu not far behind, and I love that slow field from J-Man onto the Mega Health Pack to make sure that nobody could go in for it. Was going to try to find that pick, the advantage given here to Arizona State, and Jesse, there it is, man.
Yep, the Maga comp has arisen. Maga and Bastion on the table. This is a very hard comp to try and counter. As you said in the pregame, it's a lot of damage. Like, it is a lot of damage to deal with, especially with the Lucio Kiri heals.
Now, Maga, of course, one of those interesting tanks where he doesn't really have a lot of shield. He doesn't have a lot of long-term survivability if he's caught out in the open. A perfectly timed Suzu from Chosen keeps the door open for Boise State to continue into this advantage once more. But an advantage it will not be for particularly long. Plato is going to fall. I believe that Maga will not be long for this world either. And Arizona State, they take the numbers advantage here. This should get them up to about 50-ish% uncontested, even more so as Anhu is going all the way into spawn, trying to take down Chosen, but the healing is just strong enough, and Anhu may actually lose their own life for this overextension.
Yeah, they got a battle for their own, but no, Panther is there. No, hey, well.
Oh, no!
Anhu, oh, buddy. That is... the boy who lived did not get to actually live in the end. That's sad.
Oh, that's a shame. Overclock out from J-Man now, trying to rack up some damage, but Moose in the front line really doing a good job burning that player down to the ground. Kitsune rush from Arizona State is going to be mirrored by Chosen's, and I think it was Chosen's on Boise that opened up the door for Moose and Matt Merck to do so much damage that J-Man's ultimate was essentially null and void. 33% shy is Arizona State, and with a lot of value on the board here, can Boise continue to play this defense that has been a little bit shaky thus far? Will this new composition change that?
Yeah, the first fight didn't go their way because they weren't able to actually be fully aggressive. They got kind of stuck in that corner with ASU taking a lot of pop shots. That time around, with the Kitsune, able just to rush it down, not allow J-Man to do anything with that ult, and now ASU has to push into it and hope they don't get ran over in the process.
That Tracer catches some slow damage early and will end up going down to Anhu. Waiting for that domain expansion on the side of Boise State to really kind of separate the fight, and there it is. A couple of players going to get pulled into the mix, but a Lucio beat from Angelic will keep Arizona State alive in a really good chunk of change, but I think Angelic still goes down. What a charge deep into the back line, desperate to find a support, going to find one, trying to double it and give it back to Boise State, but the Lucio does make it out alive. 5 HP in a dream here. Anhu drops the pulse bomb, but it is going to be a silent one, and now Arizona State, very few ultimates to work with going into this engagement. Another fight lost and a lot of ults expended. Here comes that orbital strike on the side of Matt Merck. A lot of damage out. J-Man loses their life to it, and as a late rampage from Aurora falls, that is an ultimate that Arizona State is absolutely going to want back.
Yeah,
wow,
my guess is either a swap's coming or that was honestly just a whiff.
Panic.
Because that was a panic ult, maybe. Yeah, they were going to stay. Thought the fight was winnable, ended up not being, especially after the artillery strike coming from Matt Merck. Just takes J-Man out on the flank, and now Boise in a brilliant spot. They have the pulse bomb to try and find Panther before this Kitsune Rush is online for ASU.
Yeah, the Kitsune Rush is going to be the win condition, or even the survive condition on the side of Arizona State, but Panther is going to be lapped out by Chosen here, who's getting that ultimate on board right now. All Boise has to do is pop that Kitsune Rush and give themselves a fire rate advantage, a cooldown reduction, and a huge movement advantage going into this matchup. Uh-oh, Plato 15 HP into Dream, gets the mini, has to retreat to the team. Kitsune Rush out from Panther will be matched by Chosen. A large bagel down and out. Deleted. Aurora not going to be long for this world either. Angelic taken out by Plato, and I think Boise State does have this second stage in their favor, unless J-Man works a miracle here. But I just don't know if that's going to be in the mix. Panther takes down Moose. You've got to touch the point. You've got to let that wick stop burning. Matt Merck finds Anhu. J-Man drops into a firing squad. And off the back of Matt Merck and Chosen, Boise State secures the second stage of Boost. And we're going to my favorite, Mecha Base.
Mecha Base, here we go. Finally seeing the Mauga comp come out from the Broncos, and hey, it works out excellently once they started to get it rolling. ASU not really able to find a way around it, and that's kind of been an issue for a lot of teams against this comp. Like, you don't scrim against this.
Right.
Like, unless you are scrimming against Boise, more than likely you are not scrimming against this kind of comp. So that's why, honestly, Boise love running it. They throw teams off, but instead for Mecha Base, they will pivot. They will go back over to this JQ Rush with Matt Merck on the Genji and assumingly Plato going back over to that Tracer. And ASU, they're preparing to go against this Mauga comp. They don't know that Boise is actually bluffing and going back to the JQ.
The Boise bluff making an appearance here. The Junker Queen, like you said, returning. Matt Merck on the Genji. I'm usually not super fond of Genji without an Ana. I think they're such a good combo for a reason. But also, who am I to tell Boise what to do? These guys know what they're doing. So let's see if they're able to make it work already, though. Maybe I'm correct. Matt Merck falling to sub 10 HP. Barely making it out with a breath to breathe in. Arizona State, a great boop onto J-Man here. Does keep a large bagel alive, but Aurora, my goodness, deep into spawn there. Sending a large bagel out of the way. Anhu, a great teleport into sight, into location. Matt Merck goes down all the same. And while the first cap does happen for Boise here, that cap doesn't really count, I say in quotes, until you're about 20% or higher. So if Arizona State can answer this back early, this could be a huge advantage for them.
Yeah, it is going to be just a few percent, 14% on the board for Boise before ASU turn it around. And honestly, getting a large bagel early when they're trying to get out, Boise lose all their speed. And this comp, you need to be able to speed in. And that was almost a great aim. Plato picks off the Lucio early. Could be the go button here for Boise.
You gotta find this player here because Plato is so good at living a fight and then finding a pick like that. Plato is going to go down to Aurora, though, so we are tied up 4-4 with a great Sicky out from Matt Merck. A lot of damage out of the side of Arizona State may be answered by an Immortality Field. Panther has to use it a lot earlier than they anticipated, but keeping the team alive is, of course, the utmost importance of this Baptiste right now. J-Man caught in the back line by Moose, who may give their life for the cause, but instead Plato again! He just got back and he's already down! A large bagel dismissed by J-Man as Arizona State takes a 5-3 advantage. Trying to take this tank out of the equation guarantees them the fight win, and just like that, a fight win guaranteed. 50% online for ASU as we get ready to close out Mecha Base in just a couple of fights.
I don't know what happened, but Boise were so split. They had two up by Briggs. A large bagel was behind, two at choke. And they just were all sorts of mixed up. And now Plato lurking around again. They have this pulse just to try and bait out Immortality Field, if anything. But they are caught in those pet sim turret. Going to expose their position.
Gives you away. Which is huge because that disrupts Plato's playstyle over and over because they love to flank. They love to get into the back line. Here's Grimmitic Flux, one of those fight-winning ultimates, but the speed boost from a large bagel gets everybody just barely out of the way, but it is not going to keep Moose alive. Again, Boise feeling weirdly split. Matt Merck's in the back line. A large bagel's on site, and Moose is back in spawn. So let's see what is happening to this squad as they try to engage what could very likely be the last fight. Matt Merck goes for a swap onto the Sigma. A stick goes out, but Immortality Field keeps him alive. Wonderful reaction time from from Panther. Matt Merck returns to his ground of comfort here, his old stomping grounds in the tank department, but just does not have the footing he needs to get that Gravitic Flux out in time. Will lose the transformation, just shy of being able to use it. Photon Barrier up from Anhu. The beat out from a large bagel is matched by Angelic with a Bio Rampage here from Moose out of the side of Arizona State. This should open the door for Boise for the first time in a very long time. This team does return to the fray. They've got the numbers advantage, and they are going to force Arizona State out of the way. Can ASU clutch just one more time to walk away with a one-map advantage?
I would say Boise used everything in that fight, but honestly, ASU did too. Whether it be in the beginning or the middle of that fight, they will also make wholesale swaps to their comp, so everybody at square one. We may not see an ultimate until the very final fight of this series. And Matt Merck going over to the Junkrat here.
It's an interesting choice, but one that we know I'm always excited to see. Jace Hilly making an appearance here, and Anhu going to be falling. Matt Merck traded out by Z-Panther in that Kiriko triple damage headshot hitbox situation, and right now it's going to be a 4v4 on the board, so let's see if Arizona State is going to be able to take an advantage that they're looking for. They don't have a lot of healing in that Kiri Lucio. That Kiri really has to pocket Aurora on this Junker Queen to keep her alive, and even that pocket is really struggling right now. We hear the Suzu come out from Boise State. Z-Panther really holding theirs till the last moment, and Moose just not going to be alive long enough. The tables have turned in favor of ASU. They flip the point. The tank is gone. The Lucio bites the bullet, and now Boise State in a 5v3 scenario. Great rush in from Matt Merck. They will be dismissed. The Pulse Bomb catches Aurora from Plato. They've carried many fights before. Can they continue to do so here when this fight matters the most? Unfortunately, Boise falls short, and Arizona State University walks away with map number 1.
They take it. It was 100-59 in the final round. ASU off to a strong start, taking away Busan, a map they were not able to win yesterday. And even though this man, Matt Merck, was a menace over on downtown on this Bastion, just caused all sorts of issues for the Sun Devils. You can see, 3 kills, making a 4th soon after. Great play from them, but honestly, we talked about the adaptations. It just seemed like Boise's didn't actually work the way they wanted to until very late on, and then ASU were able to do that little shift. So now the pressure goes on to Boise. Where do you go in this second map type? Whether it be, same map type, or you go maybe somewhere like Lijiang Tower, where you've had a lot of success in the past, or do you go somewhere else, maybe to like even a push or an escort?
Yeah, I think... My guess, I'm going to guess Watchpoint Gibraltar. I'm going to go fully, not only do I think it's going to be Escort, I think it's going to be Watchpoint Gibraltar. Boise is very good at that map. They really like to play Maga on both the offense and the defense. The Maga looked really good, and it could continue to look good depending on whatever map they choose not to or to go to. But if you kind of look at that scoreline, 2-1 in favor of Arizona, you look at the rosters, who's playing what position, the initial thought would be, is Boise struggling because Matt Merck is on the DPS, right? Matt Merck, at one point in time, an Overwatch League prospect level tank player, you'd go, is it the DPS? I would argue Matt Merck was still the highest performing player on the side of Boise. So it's like that initial expectation of, is it the role swap that's making things difficult? I don't think that's even a conversation to be had in the books right now. I think Matt Merck has proven his weight in gold on the tank. He's shifted over to the DPS, got play of the game, probably had the most elims in the lobby. Or on his team, that is. Maybe not in the lobby. But I think Matt Merck is still a very strong prospect to be looking at, but I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a shuffle to get him back in the tank role. I don't want that to seem like it's a dig on Moose. I think Moose is a very talented player, did a great job in particular on that Maga, but it felt like things were just falling just a little bit short for Boise, and you've got to wonder if returning to those roots would give them that extra, final hurdle jump they need to take the lead back.
I wonder if it is just a communication or a nerves thing, because that was very unusual for Boise, especially at Mecha Base. We saw 2-3 fights in a row. They were just very off. Like, they were
very separated.
They were very separated. Like, target prioritization wasn't always there. Plato, was trying to make these plays on the flank, and ASU was catching him out a lot of the time, whether it be just getting a trade or, just making sure he couldn't do anything. You wonder if it is just what they need is like, hey, relax. Like, take a breath. There's a lot of maps to go here. It is just one map. I think that's honestly what they need the most, because it seemed more of a communication issue more than it did anything else. It was like comp-wise, they were pretty similar. They had some success in the fights. They orchestrated their win conditions correctly. It is just, I think it's the small little things right now that are messing up Boise.
And I will say, I think there is a lot to be said about Boise and the fact that this team is kind of notorious for not really getting tilted or overheated. I think you're very correct in your assumption that maybe they've lost map number 1, but this is definitely the type of team to be like, bummer, but like we cannot dwell on it. You know, hindsight is 2020 after all. It's a very close map win, and I think Boise is an incredibly level-headed program. They're going to try to go into this next one as if it is that very first map. In terms of what you brought up in that isolation and that separation, I do think there is maybe a lack of communication for this team right now, because there were a lot of times we saw Plato get a really big pick, but either too early or too late. There were a lot of times we saw a large bagel in the back line alone, either too early or too late. It felt like the plan was kind of in stone in a way, but unfortunately continued to fall short and wasn't able to perform in the way that Boise needed it. So perhaps just playing a little bit slower, a bit more methodical perhaps, could really go a long way for this team in terms of restabilizing what is currently a one-map deficit.
And I'll say, you know, on the other end for ASU, this is a game plan that worked great for them. They knew, like, hey, that Mauga comp may come out, and yes, it did beat them on downtown. They anticipated it on Mecca, and it actually, weirdly enough, wasn't ran. And they quickly made the realization, like, all right, we'll just run the Sigma comp out until they beat us on it, and then we can go to the JQ because we're confident in it. Because they just beat UCI, who's arguably one of the better JQ teams out there right now, because they have Rhino, they have Romani. So I wonder if that was just go like, oh, they're not running it as much as we thought they would going into this map, especially on control. And I don't think they were going to complain seeing less Mauga, because that was the big comp that screwed them up a lot yesterday. So I think for ASU, you just keep running what you're doing. Keep the vibes high. This team, from my experience, is very much a vibes team. Like, yes, they can get a little frustrated, but when things are good, they're going good. When things are bad, they're going bad. So if they can keep it on that good train, I think they definitely have a shot here.
I know many a vibes team just like that. You know, it's so fun to see those teams kind of be so passionate about what they're bringing to the table. And if you guys saw me start questioning my entire reality and existence while Twin Salty was talking, it's because I got confirmation on what the next map is going to be. And it's just one that I'm not really... I shouldn't be surprised to see this map due to how often it's played, but just from the team comps we've been seeing, I'm trying to piece together why this would be the chosen map from Boise. We're going Kings Row, baby. And I think I think the number one advantage state why we're seeing this is because Boise, for over 2 years, I believe this record has been broken. They went like 2+ years not losing this map a single time.
It was
This
ridiculous.
is this is the map that Boise like has a 98% win rate, if not higher on. This is truly a map that Boise's really good at. But that was with their old crew, their old roster in a different order, different players in different roles. So I'm wondering if they're just trying to return to those roots, as I kind of hinted. I want to see that, but is it going to be Mauga? Is it going to be Ramatra? Is it going to be Reinhardt? I mean, I really do not know what to be expecting right now. I'm flabbergasted.
I don't know. It should be... I didn't think I was going to see this map. I'm not going to lie to you.
I agree. No, I agree.
I didn't think I was going to see this. I was thinking more, hey, maybe we go, like you said, watch point. I thought that was a great call. If they want to run more like the dive stuff and throw in that weird Mauga comp in there to really be an absolute nuisance on the defense. But no, instead, they just go the complete opposite way. And they're just going to go over to old-fashioned Kings Row. I think it'll either be them committing to this JQ rush fully, or they could run the Mauga here. Like, the Mauga is doable.
It's possible. Mauga's really good between 1 and 2.
They have to play fast, though. You can't stall on that comp. And this map, you can get stalled out a lot. They are going to go the JQ route, which doesn't surprise me. But the Moira may.
ASU.
Instead, this...
we got a lot going on.
There is a lot going on here. I'm guessing the Widow is just to get a peek. Or they're going to change it up already. This is, that's more like it. I think they saw the JQ and admittedly swapped right away, but that could have been very interesting for a second.
Yeah, so Matt Merck, pretty good on the May. I've seen this before. I know that he can kind of really put his money where his mouth is on this May when it comes down to it. And that wall, really good about separating that choke out of attack. Anhu is going to be separated, loses the mini, catches a body shot icicle, but will survive long enough to continue moving into the advantage. Chosen on the Moira as well, so a lot of healing brought out from Boise State, more possibly than Arizona if Chosen can manage their resources well enough. Anhu, great flank into the backline, is going to be pressured down. Most likely going to have to recall into the fight here. Oh, 20 HP in a dream for a large bagel. Barely able to stay alive. Muscles tensed on that one, but Aurora gets walled out, isolated, and just dismissed by Boise State.
Yeah, that wall is massive. Just Aurora completely blocked off, and the rest will fall as Anhu. Yeah, they're just stuck back here. Trying to get somebody, but Matt Mark too clean with the icicles, and Arizona State will make a swap already. J-Man off the Soj. And onto the Echo, and already gets hit twice by the Icicles. May already be thinking about that a little bit more now.
That was sick. That was so impressive. I mean, just the double body shot with a projectile May like that. It's a nuts thing to be able to do, and Matt Merck had the read on that Echo Flight style. The wall goes up, the shouts come out on both sides. Matt Merck being isolated out of the fight, does not have that cryo freeze. 105 on the board, a jump into the backline from Anhu, not able to find that elimination, but Matt Merck does finally go down to J-Man in a bit of a vengeance pick here. Kitsune out, pulse bomb through. Anhu goes down to Moose, who just sticks around long enough for that pulse bomb to take out its thrower. Kitsune on the side of ASU, really not able to do much, but it does solidify them a tick and over a half of the second one. Angelic out by Play-Doh, and I believe J-Man will not be long for this world either. Aurora, last man standing. Probably better to just die quick and get out of here than stall out any longer. Already half the time bank gone.
Yeah, Panthers stuck on point as well. They do get a tick, but like you said, big fight for Boise is all they had to use there is a Coalescence. And that pulse bomb from Anhu, yes, it hits onto Moose, but yeah, not the way you want it to go. It sticks around just a little too long, and that combined with the rest of the damage in, it takes them out. But now, big fight here. Sound barriers on both sides.
Some barriers up into the pulse bomb available. I mean, hell, we see everything available for Boise, except that Coalescence will be just a minute away. Matt Merck again hits that double body shot onto J-Man, who's 18 HP. Desperate to get healed up. Transformation online. I wouldn't be surprised to see a May or a Junker Queen swap. A beautiful rampage from Aurora will unfortunately end up costing them their life as Matt Merck does answer out. We get the replacement tank, but it's still going to be a 4v5, and J-Man loses it just as quickly as they've gained it. Two ultimates null and void for Arizona State and Boise. They are looking really good for the potential of a full hold here on map number 2.
Yeah, they're looking super good right now. It was a little bit of a question mark when they picked it, but there's an obvious reason to it now. They are playing extremely well with this May. The Blizzard just used defensively, making sure Aurora does not get out from that ultimate, and now the Ash back in play for ASU.
Ooh, okay, J-Man, okay. J-Man finds one. Hey, he says double it. Give it back to Arizona State. Able to take 2 players out of the equation here. The Coalescence comes to a close, and that full hold dream, maybe a bit of a caster curse on my part, but it is absolutely dismissed from the mortal coil there. 3 minutes on the clock, and I wouldn't hate seeing Boise swap Maga here. I referenced it earlier. I think he's really good on this street section of Kings Row.
Oh, I think once they use the Rampage, assumingly this next fight, then I could definitely see it. Matt Merck going on the Genji as well as a direct answer to J-Man, who will directly answer back. Like, I'm not dealing with that. No, I'm not dealing with that. I'm just gonna go get you.
I am not getting deflect headshot killed on stream. I'm not doing it. Ooh, Kitsune early from Z-Panther. Unfortunately, no ultimate really available from Boise to cancel that out. I think this is going to be a fight win for Arizona State. Moose was deleted. Plato, unfortunately, going to fall to the same fate. J-Man looking to take that Lucio down, and with the help of Panther, will be able to do so. They go for that 4th and final tick, but it will be Matt Merck who has to dash away. All those cooldowns off the board. Chosen, no, this stagger would be lethal.
Oh, Matt Merck
gives their life. Chosen down 2. Oh, this might be a 2nd point cap for Arizona, nearly uncontested.
Yeah, the only person gone for them is Anhu, and they will get back relatively quickly. Boise's just respawned as well.
No, they rampage.
They should be able to go back into this, but it is going to be very last second when they do. Maybe Moose is going in with the ult.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm suspecting. Yep, rampage in, off the card. Able to find 3, and I think the Suzu only finds 2 of the ones that were affected. So Angelic still going to be chasing that death here. Aurora is going to be falling early on. Boise State with 90 seconds left on the clock. They will win off a meticulously timed rampage from Moose. That is going to slam the door of Arizona State's 2nd point camp. Panther gets one for the road. Plato falls to Anhu, but I think these are just consolation prizes more than anything else. ASU going to go for a recontest. What ultimates are we looking at in this next fight here, Twin Salty?
So it'll be Boise, who honestly have a great cavalry here to go off of everything but Rampage, pretty much. They could initiate maybe with like a Coalescence Blade, especially with that improved fire rate from the Blade. It could be big here for them, but ASU also, they have the Rampage themselves if they can bait out the cleanse. There it is.
Ooh, that's a hell of a rampage. The beat from a large bagel there should be able to cancel out kind of the initial effects of that anti-heal. J-Man falls to a large bagel deep into the back line. Coalescence keeping the team alive. Plato looking for a pick onto Panther, who still, they go down as Plato just doubles down into the back line. The rest of Boise beginning to follow. Angelic gone. Boise, the Blade is questionable. I think this fight was well past 1 already. I'm gonna be honest.
And Pulse. Pulse got thrown in there as well on Aurora.
No.
So all of a sudden, they use all 4 ults. ASU still have 2. They will build up a 3rd to work with, and maybe the trigger finger a little too quick here for Boise State. Just trying to make sure they win that fight, but it will be ASU not having a ton of time to get in here. Still have to play relatively fast.
Ooh, Kitsune out from Panther. Arizona State, a huge advantage. And a blade to boot. No beat to catch it. No support to heal it. No tank to lead the charge here for Boise State. Moose is going to fall. That is a complete and total team kill from Arizona State. This is a great performance. Something better than hundreds of teams have ever been able to do over Boise State. And now Arizona State with only 90 seconds left. ASU, the Sun Devils trying to cap all 3 points here. But even if they cap only these 2, this is progress made.
Honestly, considering how the first 3 minutes of this map went, ASU is going to take this. But now they feel they can finally finish it off. Plato does go over to the Ashe. J-Man will have to make sure they keep tabs on them. Sound barrier still available here, though, for Angelic.
Ooh, great pull onto Plato, but he is going to be able to use that box to keep himself alive. Wow, triple headshot is nuts. Some incredible accuracy here from Plato on the Ashe. The healing is going to be able to keep him alive. Pulse bomb out from Anhu. Could be a game changer. Matt Merck goes out. It's a Moira stick, and there's no fade to catch it. Chosen has fallen. J-Man traded, but losing that Moira is so pivotal to the side of Boise State. Rampage is going to be a silent one. I think Moose gives their life for it. Aurora has a Rampage of their own. Has to play it slow. Angelic down to Matt Merck, but they give their life for the cause. A large bagel trying to stall, and this is huge. An elimination even onto Anhu. 24 seconds. I think I'd like to see Arizona State just stall things out here. They should not try to push until that team is back. They've got time.
Yeah, they need to chill out. Just relax
They've got
for a
time.
second.
They've got ults.
Yeah, they have ults. Boise, though, do have the beat themselves. Coalescence as well to initiate. And Bob could be a massive factor just to stall it out. And Angelic falls early.
That is possibly the nail in the coffin here on the Arizona State defense. And if that wasn't, J-Man falling certainly is. Rampage is out. Kiriko is down. Bob is here to boot as well. Yeah, not a darn tootin' thing Arizona State's going to be able to do here against Boise. They swap to the Ashe. They swap to the Ramatra. And I feel like those 2 swaps in particular really make some waves at the end to stall out Arizona State. 48 meters into that 3rd point. Win condition has been set for Boise State.
Win condition set, but definitely not without any resistance there for ASU. Definitely
Very
looks
true.
better the second half of it. But yeah, I think Boise started to realize, like, hey, like, what are we doing? Like, we got to figure it out. And that side of last fight, they do just enough. Just, hey, keep them away. Don't let them fully try and take advantage of this fight. Just keep on pushing and pushing. A large bagel gets 2 massive picks in the backline, and that stunts the entire push from ASU. And they never had the numbers back again to really capitalize on it. So a winnable spot here for Boise. I want to see if they kind of just go back to that JQ or even the Ramatra comp that they ended with. Or if they go back to the Maga, they will at least tease going back to that JQ. ASU, they're just going to go back to where they started this series at with that JQ rush. Soj.
I've been pretty skeptical on the Soj today. Pretty vocal about that, I think. And I'm a little bit surprised to see it from Arizona State, but I think defending against Boise is going to be difficult. This team, they love to steamroll. They love to walk face first into you and just take all 5 of you down. Plato, with the recently buffed Widowmaker as well, could be able to get a sneaky, cheeky pick of their own. But I don't dislike this Ashe pick, or this Ashe remainder at all. I think this Ashe was looking really good from Plato.
Oh, Plato's Ashe was disgusting in that first map, and it was yesterday too. Like, seeing them and J-Man go head-to-head on the Ashe duel, especially during parts of Numbani yesterday, was insane. And honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if J-Man maybe matched it later on, especially with Echo and Ashe in play for Boise.
Yeah. This fight going to start early on. No eliminations yet from Boise, but the rotations have already been made. Anhu takes a lot of damage early, has to recall to the high ground, trying to stall out with that long-distance tracer. Matt Merck may have their wings clipped early, but are not going to fall either. Wow, this might be the longest fight we've seen without even a single elimination on either side. There is a lot of back and forth right now.
Yeah, a lot of damage, and you see, like, a lot of people on Boise, especially low. There it is, Anhu finally able to break the stronghold 40 seconds in.
It's going to be Chosen going down. Plato has been critical pretty much this entire fight as well, but Moose falls. And, I mean, Jesse, that was 25% of the time bank utilized. Boise didn't even get a tick. They didn't get a pick of a tick. They got barely anything on the board here. Plato gets a consolation prize elimination, but I don't know. That was a lot of time taken away from Boise.
A lot of time taken away. And now Matt Mark, they will not stick the Echo. They'll go back over to the Tracer to try and be a nuisance in the backline. Panther has to get away. Make sure they can use that Kitsune Rush earlier. Boise State, they could initiate here with the bomb. Plato's been hitting the shots. Wouldn't be surprised if they have it in a few seconds.
Kitsune Rush from Panther now is going to force Boise to play a little bit slower or to just get out of the way, try to stall it out. Plato taken down by Anhu in the back line. Anhu almost playing the way Plato tends to play Tracer, and taking Plato down, I'm sure, is a bit annoying if you are Plato being taken down by somebody controlling the character that you so often dominate on. Anhu, a lot of farm damage, but with that Coalescence out, time to tuck tail and get back to spawn. Rampage is fascinating. The beat drop from Angelic will be able to keep the team alive. Full charge. I think Moose may be able to stay alive, actually, as a large Bagel drops to beat of their own. Overclock from J-Man. Aim Bob from Plato. A Rampage in Aurora's pocket could be huge here, but I love what Boise's doing. They're forcing Arizona off point. They're forcing a full tick on the board, and they're really increasing their chances of a first cap.
Yeah, they just had to wait out the bomb, and now ASU will push back in. A Rampage use hits 2.
That was a really risky Rampage. I was just waiting to see how that was going to fall apart. 62 HP Rampage, and it works from ASU. That is incredible. A bit of rough timing here, though. 90 seconds on the clock. Hypothetically, 2 more fights for Boise State. So ASU, another Kitsune, by the way. Panther is farming these.
They are farming the Kitsunes, and funny enough, Boise in the exact spot, basically, that ASU was in during their attack with just over a minute left and only having 1 tick to work with.
Kitsune Rush from Panther early on. Even one elimination could win this fight quickly, which honestly is kind of what Boise wants. They want to win or lose this fight fast, and I think lose it fast, they certainly have. Triple kill. Let's see all 4 on the board. Hell, show me a 5K Anhu. Unfortunately, the 5th player already out into spawn. 50 seconds remain. Jesse, are we looking at any ultimates here?
It'll be the Pulse for Merc and maybe a Coalescence from Chosen for Boise. That's it, though. J-Man could be able to finish off this map with the overclock if they can build it up. But yeah, all eyes on Matt Merc to try and find that early stick, because Boise have really struggled finding the opener, and they almost find it on Jay.
Fight continues to bleed out. The pulse bomb from Matt Merc is a bit of a silent one. Chosen, though, Coalescence just around the corner. Will be making an appearance before this fight comes to a close. 65 damage per tick, by the way, on Moira these days. Coalescence comes out, only heal up that tank. It's going to be mirrored. Might overclock on the side of J-Man. Beat drop from Angelic has to keep that tank alive, or that DPS alive, excuse me. Slow field out. No, if Boost goes down without that Rampage, it could be the beginning of the end. Matt Merc is going to be the one to fall on. Who gone? Chosen has fallen. Aurora is taken away, and the aim bomb could be enough to keep Boise in the mix here. That pseudo tank, a beat drop from a large Bagel. Kitsune from Sea Panther. Is it too late? It very well may be. Aim Bob saves the day for Boise, and J-Man's 15-player kill streak comes to a close. 2.5 minutes for Boise State heading into the streets phase.
What a bob there from Plato, and the nice little flick shot as well on the Anhu just to keep this alive. And now Boise, they will make some swaps. Moose going back over to their Matcha. We saw it at the very end of their defense, but what a hold there from ASU and Boise. It looked a little risky there, I won't lie, for a little bit. Kitsune Rush used by Panther, but Boise able to find the damage coming in with the Bob and extra damage coming in. Now they can't hold choke. Boise get a nice little bit of free real estate here by Library.
Anhu could get a full swap into the backline here with the Ramatra Swamp and the Reaper play as well from Matt Merc. It's going to make it difficult to play that Tracer kind of in the backline uncontested. Coach Gun goes up. Anhu just literally hanging out with Boise State right now. Misses the pulse bomb, but Moose unfortunately gonna miss the chance to stay alive. Matt Merc falls as well. Chosen's gone, and it's fascinating to see Boise kind of trying out the Reaper here. This is, to my knowledge, the first time we've seen Reaper without Clear being the one behind the steering wheel.
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen a number on Reaper in a long time. Even, like, we thought if we would see it, it would be in that, you know, that Winston, Reaper, Sombra comp. But instead, no, it's basically that minus, and plus the Ash and Ram instead. It's hard because Matt Merc honestly just has to try and farm Aurora, but Aurora's been playing it very quickly.
J-Man goes in deep, 67 HP on the board here with an overclock up. Getting Moose would be a pivotal pick for that fight, and pivotal it will continue to be. Jesse, I mean, that's another really quick fight from ASU.
And now they can establish full archway control. Boise are going to have to struggle with this, but Coalescence used, well, that disruptor shot maybe not isolating the high ground as they were wanting it, but Coalescence they can use to engage and at least get through that early breakthrough of damage.
Another Bob. I mean, this guy has been a game changer today. Are they going to need him? It's a 1-1 trade. Kitsune Rush and the beat from Arizona State. That double support commit basically means this is a fight that ASU has to win, and the numbers are currently not stacked in their favor. Annihilation is about to be here as well. J-Man, no way you live this, right? Wow, 44 HP on the board. Anhu makes it out as well, but ASU going into this, I mean, they're walking face first into Annihilation. Jesse, what's the game plan?
Pray. Honestly, that's
real.
All
he's
you can
so
really
real.
do is basically, hope that you can get cleansed to at least stall it out a tiny bit, and for Anhu to maybe get a stick to try and force them out, a few abilities out, including the beat that might come soon. The
off angle here from Plato, farming another Bob, maybe the win condition to look out for if this Annihilation does not come to fray. Arizona State, their target focus out of the tank has been so powerful, but the pull stick onto Plato forces the Annihilation force out here. Our large bagel is going to drop the beat as well. Aurora barely, thanks to a great Kitsune and a better health pack, staying alive through this damage, will finally go down, but Moose is critical condition. Somebody turn around. The elimination there would level the playing field, but unfortunately they're just not where they need to be in time. This is colossal for Boise State. Oh, well, that was questionable.
They can turn around with the overclock if they can find one more pick and stall for the rest of the team to come back, as Aurora will have Rampage.
I would have liked to see that Death Blossom held on to a little bit. At
Agreed.
Arizona State, they've got a lot of good ults to work with. Rampaging in is basically the textbook here. So Aurora looking to find the boop is out. The Rampage could be a given. And it's going to find two, both support, or no, Chosen fades out of the way, but Moose is still going to be caught. Lucio down, Moira gone, Boise stalled, in Arizona State now up 2-0 in this grand final qualifying series. They are, I have no notes right now. This team is looking mighty fine.
This was not the script, Matt. This was not the script. I don't think
we spent all that time writing it, and they don't even care.
They're not following it at all. And this was the Kitsune to keep them in it on second phase. You know, if they don't win this fight, Boise win with where they got the cart. Like, this is a very important fight in the grand scheme of things. And ASU, even that final fight, just stall. They lose Aurora, but okay, no, yes, we lose one to Death Blossom. We take them out and just stall and stall and stall. Wait for the resources to come back in. And all of a sudden, Boise, in very, unknown waters here, down 0-2 in the West Regional.
It's something that I genuinely have never seen. I don't think I've seen Boise down 0-2 literally ever. At least while I'm on the desk, that is. I've seen them lose, of course, but while I'm casting, I don't think I've seen Boise in this scenario for quite a while. So going into map number 3, I think there's a lot to be said about the prowess of ASU, because this is something that many teams have ever been able to do, let alone a team that lost to Boise 3-1 last night. Yeah. Currently up 2-0 on the series. So ASU, I mean, this adaptation, that's the number one thing you said before map 1 even started, was it's going to come down to which team can adapt faster. And right now, ASU is winning that game.
Yeah, and they're running this JQ comp that, we've been seeing a little bit more of as of late. And it's not one that I admittedly thought we would see a ton of this weekend, but...
I agree.
It's one it's turning its head, and BSU, you can tell, maybe not as comfortable on it as they would like. They keep trying these different looks. And when they ran the JQ mirror, yes, it worked kinda, but not enough to actually get the map win on Kings Row. So now you're in a sticky spot. Like, where do you go at this point? Because you want to try and go back to that Maga comp, ideally, I would say. But there is no, I would say, clear option for that. And it is a very weird spot. Like, Boise, you think about it, they won the West qualifier. Yep. They won last year's West Regional. They won. Yep. They got second, I think, last year's qualifier. This would be the first time they've lost in a West Regional since that last online qualifier to UCSD over a year ago. It would be an insane loss here for Boise if they can't, start the reverse sweep. But I will say, the last time these two teams played in fall, Boise did knock them out of homecoming in a 3-2 reverse sweep.
Yep.
So
and
it's not like it's completely unfamiliar.
I was gonna say, not only have they reverse sweep, they've reverse sweeped ASU before. And I will say that my apologies for accidentally predicting the future earlier, everybody. Watchpoint Gibraltar may have not been map number 2, but it is map number 3. Okay. We will be going to Watchpoint Gibraltar as this third map, as I expected from Boise State. Now, how correct was my prediction? Do we get a Winston? More importantly, do we get Matt Merck on the Winston? I'm still waiting to see it. I know that is, we all know that's where he is the best. I mean, that is absolutely an option. My problem is, you know, who do you put where to get him back on the tank? That's kind of the problem, right? Do you shift Bagel over to DPS? We've seen Boise do that a couple of times, and if my memory serves, not the most effective. So I think there are kind of this weird situation of, do we put him back in the tank? And if we do, how do we get there? Are we willing to shake him and put a different role in a worse situation if we put Matt Merck on the tank?
Yeah, and how do you pivot? Do you have a sub to maybe go in on DPS, or do you put Moose over there? And it is a tricky spot here for Boise, but you know, they did play this yesterday, if we are going to Watch Point, and Boise did win Watch Point. I believe it was 2-1. So this is something that this is definitely hey, let's go to something we won on yesterday. I think that was probably the call, like, hey, what did we win yesterday that we have not played today, and how do we want to change it? Because they lost Busan after winning it yesterday. This is another map they won yesterday, and this was arguably, I would say, the best they looked yesterday was on this map.
Okay,
so
good notes.
I'm very intrigued to see how this goes, but ASU, there's not enough words right now to say how impressive this is. This is a team that they have not beat Boise in a very long time, like maybe as long as I've been going to ASU. I don't think they've ever beat Boise. So this would be an insane win to shake up the West. But yeah, I'm just looking at my notes here. What did they play on that yesterday?
Maga on the side of Boise. Maga was inevitable. Kiriko
Maga was definitely. They ran with the Maga Ash, Maga Bastion. So yeah, I bet that is where they're going to try and pivot back to if they keep everybody in the roles they are now. If they do swap that work on tank, then we could definitely see something completely different.
But I think you're onto something, honestly. I didn't think about this. They probably are just going to go Maga here. And I'm actually really excited to see that, because I full disclosure, don't really understand how Maga is good on this map quite yet.
It is.
Yeah, I'm eager to see how that's going to look. Because, I mean, you look at, like, Winston's effective, Deep is effective, because they can get to high ground and be mobile. Maga, he can be mobile in, like, a straight line, on, like a one dimension. But in terms of verticality, he doesn't really have that. So I kind of hope they play Maga. This could be a good learning experience for me.
Yeah, no, honestly, it was very odd watching this game yesterday through the Boise State stream, which, hey, shout out Boise State for streaming their games yesterday. That was, at least, it was awesome to, make sure we were keeping track of everything. But they controlled that high ground right there, up by Blue Box. That's basically where Magadis lived. They lived up there, same thing, and they would have Bastion on a side angle, so you had to commit to one or the other, and whoever you didn't commit to was just going to shoot you in the back.
Yep.
So
okay.
It is a very impressive comp for a map that, like you said, on paper, should not work. Like, it should not work whatsoever. They will go back to it on the defense with one exception from yesterday. They will have a large Bagel on the aggro Moira instead of the Lucio to speed them around. So, yeah, this could get very intriguing here, depending on how ASU want to adapt. ASU are running something completely different, though, than what they did yesterday on this map.
Yeah, first time I've seen D.Va in a mighty while here, but it's a good example of the adaptation that ASU is bringing to the table. They know Boise State's going to play the same composition of that Maga, Bastion, Tracer, Kiri, Moira, and ASU, they're trying to make some changes where they can. Critically, they're going to be able to get under car wash early here, so ASU, I think this is really clever. They're kind of just not taking the fight until they have to, and they're just going to get as much free cart progress as they can, which is going to be kind of a lot.
Yeah, there's we don't need to fight for that right away. Get this cart to a decent position, and then they can rotate back high ground, because now Maga, yeah, they're just chilling on low ground, and now, hey, commit. There you go, because the Maga is not there, but instead they're actually just going to chill. They're going to keep chilling out for a sec and force Matt Merck off that ultimate.
Oh, Chosen taken down by Anu, and the first Hanzo of the day as well, by the way. I don't think we've seen him at all today, so Anu is going to be able to find Chosen, which really allows Aurora to get a bit more aggressive as they know the player advantage is there. Play-Doh stalling out this card really effectively. Really some nice Tracer control here, but unfortunately it is going to end up costing him his life. Angelic caught out by Matt Merck. Aurora boostering into a nightmare. Maga Bastion just around the corner. Chosen gets the pick onto Anhu, and all of a sudden Arizona State has lost that numbers advantage again. Plato swaps to Ash, and oh, J-Man barely chosen 9 HP. That pick could have won this fight for ASU.
Yeah, instead, they're just going to have to retreat, see if they can get Aurora out, which with the cleanse they will.
Nice.
And this is where it can get really tricky. Like, no matter what comp you're going against, this is the hardest part of the map, you could argue. That or, like, when defense is holding up on ship. You got to find the opening pick if you're the offense, because the defense has such an advantage with this positioning. You can see Boise. They're making sure they're spreading out, making sure they cover all areas of that high ground. But where's Plato going?
I mean, where's Aurora going is the question. Aurora should not have been back there. Went right past the Mauga and the Bastion, got the pick onto the Ash, and really opened up the door for ASU to take those numbers advantage again. You said it earlier, Jesse. ASU, incredibly a vibes team. The numbers advantage gives them the vibes that they're looking for. Anhu, try to live, dog. Oh, barely able to make it out with his life. J-Man takes down Immortality Field. Diva Bomb for Aurora. Hello? It's not going to find anybody. Can they get the remake? They can. Angelic is just about to lose their life, though. Plato scared away. Visor from J-Man up onto the high ground. This is really oppressive, if you will. They've got Matt Merck pinned in the high ground. This Fury, critical condition as well. 90 seconds. ASU, honestly, they've kind of got to win this fight because they're running out of time. Immortality Field goes out. Aurora loses their mech and now their life. And Boise State, the stabilization gets to continue.
It just felt like a giant team deathmatch. So then neither
Seriously.
team really knew like which way they wanted to go. It's J-Man still on the opposing. Yeah, J-Man and Angelic both on the opposing high ground. They find one. So the Zenith Soldier will just chill on high ground for now. You can see Moose is going to try and do the long rotate up to try and break this up. And yep, just going to use the train to get out. I guess so.
Yeah, no, I think I hate it. Actually, never mind. I think I hate it.
They do live, but it is a little awkward.
It's just, yeah, okay. I'm stuck in kind of the Schrodinger's cat here of would you have lived if you never did that to begin with? Well, we can't open the box to find out, so you have to ult. And right now, ASU going into this with literally 0 ultimates, 30 seconds left on the clock. This map really currently Boise State's to lose. I'm confident in saying that much. A great Mauga charge into the back line here. Domain expansion goes out. Plenty of healing available. Aurora will be losing that mech. A pulse bomb to boot. An incredible Suzu. No way you're Kitsune-ing! Mauga goes down, but Anu gets their life lost. The mech has fallen from Aurora. Every ultimate under the sun out from ASU right now. And only one ultimate to show for it. Oh no, do they cap?
Close? No, they will not. Matt Merck's able to get a pick too.
Oh, it's Jover. It's Jover. J-Man gets a consolation prize, but Arizona State, they just got chopped up, sliced and diced, had nowhere to run, did not have the ultimates they needed, and will be full held here on Watch Point Gibraltar, 2 meters shy of that first point cap.
This is what Boise needed, though, right? Like, they needed a map start like this, to where like, hey, we're back, right? Like, the Mauga comp, as funky as it is, it works, right? Because you don't know where to look. There's so much damage coming from so many different directions. And it was almost like the opposite of Mecha base from Busan earlier, to where ASU this time were very split. Wasn't sure where they were going. It was the same issue they had yesterday on this map. So honestly, for the map selection, great job from Boise so far. It's ASU that really needs to turn it around here if they want to finish the series now, or at least the rest of the way. If you're them, you do have the map selection priority, right? Like, you do have the map pick the rest of the way. If you lose this map, even if you lose the next map, it is yours to decide where we travel to next.
It's not over yet. This is a full hold on Watch Point Gibraltar, but that is somewhat par for the course of Watch Point Gibraltar. We rarely see second point, and if we do, we never see third. So there's a lot of time for this map to be full held by Arizona State, but I have to agree, that's the best Boise's looked so far. The team coordination was there, the target focus was available, and the supports from Boise State really just showing up in the biggest possible way. A really good showing from them, and part of me wants to see if they can do that again. I think Arizona State, the best case scenario, do not let them take tunnel for free. You want to take this fight as early as possible to stall as much time as you can.
And that's why Plato's on the sim. They're going to try and TP Moose up there straight away. If you're ASU, you need to get that bio nade down and right away to try and stall that attack. But instead, they're just going to chill by point for a second without the TP quite yet. Actually, I think that was just early. Plato does go over back to the Tracer.
Tracer out from Plato, yeah, it's pretty clear cut at this point. It's either Tracer or the Ash. Everything else seems to be about that mobility, perhaps. 30 seconds gone here already, so a good stall from Arizona State. J-Man finds Matt Merck. I'd love to see Aurora kind of dive down and stall that card out ASAP. Okay, that's also an option. My number one commentary was don't let them take tunnel for free, and I think they've taken tunnel for free, so this is a slight oopsie daisy. And as Aurora starts to get sliced and diced out by Maga here, they are going to have to slow the pace of play a bit. Jesse, I don't really know what I want ASU to do right now.
They have the full rotation going. They have full back high ground setup now. So this is where they want to hold at this point. As long as you can keep your back line safe, then you do have a chance here, because it is just Aurora in the front. But that is why Matt Mark has shifted to the Sombra to try and, I think, give Aurora's life a little bit more stress.
Interesting sleep drive from Panther there. Aurora is going to get hacked, has to boost her up onto the high ground, and Boise slowly but surely inching this payload closer. Arizona State really not playing a hard defense yet, and I think you're not incorrect. All right, well, Angelic will be sent back to spawn in a moment here.
And unless I know they don't even have cleanse because they're on the Ana instead. Angelic. Oh no, never mind.
Good reaction time from the supports on the side of Arizona State to scare off that Sombra. Matt Merck able to get the virus out, but nothing else on it. Nano boost, one of desperation, trying to keep Aurora alive, and even that won't be able to do it. Maybe a pick onto Moose could go a long way, but you just don't have the HP to work with. They're keeping the Baby Diva alive, too. Oh, a bit of a stagger here. This is Boise's map to lose right now. I'm not sure how this can start going right for ASU.
They need to get one from Tac Visor, and they need to get Transcendence up, I would say, within the next 10 seconds or so. And J-Man will get cornered. Oh, this card's moving, and almost C9.
Angelic's gone. It's up to Visor to save the day. J-Man finds one. He's got to find, what, 4 more? But with domain expansion out, what do you do? Plato's critical here. Is not going to be caught out by that Tac Visor, but J-Man going to be caught out most likely by Plato. Panther gone, J-Man gone, Boise State looking great. Here on Watchpoint Gibraltar, they won it yesterday, and they're looking to win it today. They're going to be able to do so. Now we are 2-1 on the series. Boise State getting warmed up once more.
Boise State's bringing it, and is now 2-1 in this series. This is what they needed, and especially, we talked about it a little bit. Plato needs to be the person that carries right now in these very close fights. Like, I don't like saying it that way, but they've been the most consistent player, arguably all semester for this team, whether it be on the Tracer, on the Ashe. They are making the plays. We even saw it on Kings Row when they were on Ashe. So that is the kind of play they needed to get a little bit more of a kickstart back into this series, because obviously didn't think they were going to be in this kind of position going into map 4, being down 1-2. But now the power goes over to the Sun Devils. Where did they want to go? The only map they won yesterday against Boise State, Numbani. So we'll see if that is where they decide to go, or if they decide to, maybe switch out.
This is just so, because you can't confidently pick control. You can't confidently pick hybrid because you won both of those, yes, but very, very closely.
Very close.
You won hybrid by a single whiffed fight on the side of Boise. That could have been a loss for ASU, so there's no confidence of, oh, we can pick blank because we won. They have to pick what map they're comfortable with, so maybe it is that Numbani because they won that yesterday when they were statistically playing poorer than they have been today. So they should be going into Numbani, and my prediction rate today is through the roof because I did just get confirmation it is Numbani coming up next year. So ASU looking for that Numbani play once again. Jesse, what team compositions did these teams bring to the table yesterday during that Numbani matchup?
I love that you asked. Let me look at my fancy dancy little sheet here. So for context, ASU won 5-3 on this map yesterday.
Okay.
It did go both teams capped first time around with 0 time. ASU admittedly had a phenomenal push during their attack, and Boise weren't able to capture first point, but a lot of it for Boise was the Maga comp. Maga, Echo, Moira, that type of luck. They even threw a Lari out for a tiny bit, but they went to the Zen for a majority of. For ASU, it was a lot of the same that we've seen from today, but I wonder if we'll see more of the JQ. That time it was Sigma, Bastion, Tracer, Kiriko, Bap, so a little bit of Lucio and Ashe as well. So do you go back to their Sig comp that works really well? It's kind of what, you did extremely well on during the fall, or do you kind of continue with this JQ comp that admittedly has been working out today probably more than you expected it to?
I think JQ on the offense, not a bad call. I think JQ on defense, Numbani in particular, It's tough. It's a tough one to work with. The high grounds are pretty necessary, and I know that ASU is probably thinking, high ground, let's play Diva. I'm going to be clear-cut. I'm going to be honest. I really did not like that Diva. I do not think it worked well for ASU. I think she got melted and burned. Her utility and her kit just did not have the counter that it needed. The bombs got 0 kills across the entire game. I mean, the Diva was not working, and I think that was a huge thorn in the side of ASU.
Yeah, I don't mind that they tried it, because at that point it's like, okay, you can't run the JQ really on that map because, you know, it is watch point. I wonder if that was like, okay, if this works, cool. If not, it is whatever. It's probably what they just practice the most on that map. For this map, though, you do have a lot more comfort on it. This is a map that they very often do go to, whether it be in this competition or in other leagues. So I'm not shocked that they're going to Numbani. It is their bread and butter. I think for Boise, do you just keep running the Smaga? Like, honestly, like, it didn't work as well yesterday on the defense as you would have liked. But on the offense on this map, it worked great. So I wonder if it's like, hey, keep the hot hand. Just keep running with this. And if you do need to change afterwards, then, you know, you got to change at that point.
Yeah, hear me out. I live my life by 2 key phrases. Phrase number 1, it is what it is. That's not the important one, though. Phrase number 2, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And right now, this Maga comp has felt anything but broke. It has been broken, perhaps, because it is just dominating this matchup time and time again. And I would really like to see Boise continue to stick to it. I've been very critical of the new kind of tank and swapping off Matt Merck. But if this Maga is the level of play that can be brought to the table, I'm more than confident in this Boise roster. We just need to see it maybe stretch a little further beyond the Maga, as he's not always going to work. But to answer your earlier question as well, I would like to see ASU back on that Sigma. I do think that worked well earlier, and I think it could work well on the offense and the defense of Numbani.
Yeah, no, I think the Sigma, especially on this map, even going into second and third phase, is excellent, because you can shield off the high ground while still focusing the low ground if you do go to that point. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Sigma, Bastion, Echo. They will keep the Kiriko instead of the Lucio for now, and Boise will actually match the Sigma. They're not going to go over to the Maga. They're not going to go to the Ram, which we saw a little bit from them yesterday as well. They will actually just match the Sigma with the Ashe and the Echo. So the only slight difference, honestly, is that Echo, and not the Echo, the Ashe versus Bastion difference. A little bit more shield break for ASU.
Great high ground claim here from Arizona State. Wow, Aurora up there early, able to get a lot of damage out the gate here. Maybe able to take down Moose with the help of a teammate, but unfortunately, the peel from Boise is going to show up in time, and that elimination is null and void. Anhu, however, is on the ball right now. Takes Matt Merck out of the way here. Trying to find that other one. Is going to get a Creation. Probably going to lose their life for this. They really need to get back into that healing. 91 HP. Healed up into the fray. Chosen is gone. This is looking mighty strong here from ASU, and this is looking really good.
Yeah, the perfect start for ASU. You just dissect it, and it's Anhu's kill early that is able to bring it around. And now you're going to have a lot of time. 5.5 minutes going into streets. And do you see the Alari coming out here from Chosen?
Oh,
well, never. Okay.
Gotcha!
Well, they've chosen violence today, I guess, against the production booth. They go back over to the Kiriko.
That Kiriko return. I would have liked to see the Yati, honestly. I think she could have worked really well. I think she's a very strong support, even with those nerfs that have been happening, you know, somewhat recently. I think she's still pretty strong overall. But 5.5 minutes. I mean, that's 90 seconds more than the doors opened with. So ASU right now, the ball is rolling in their favor, and with Anhu dropping a really big sticky there, they're able to farm up their transformation ultimate. I suspect probably onto either that Ashe or that Sigma, even a Kiriko or a Bath. I mean, there are pretty much all good choices on the opposing side. Aurora fully high-fiving Moose in the face right now. Sigma swap out, Moose is down, and this Bob should be really not that strong. Anhu loses transformation. Where is he? Oh, okay, yeah, terrible spot, unfortunately. Gonna ride probably off the bus into the corner there, not able to get any picks, and Arizona State, Jesse, this fight may get them second point cap.
Especially if they can get some of these staggers, but instead, Boise, they're not ending this yet. They're able to
nice.
get Aurora. Kitsune Rush is used by Angelic in the process.
Ooh, good pull-up. That should be a pick. Ooh, Immortality Field going to be forced out. That's kind of a pick in its own right, honestly. You forced Immortality Field with an ultimate that wasn't even really yours. 19 damage. Matt Merck overstays his welcome and will be shown the door in the blink of an eye. ASU now up 5-4. 4 minutes on the clock, so they're officially back into traditional game time. Nicky's out from Anhu. lot of damage being dealt, but no picks to be found. Implication Matrix up from a large bagel. This should get a pick onto Aurora here. I'll be shocked if they live. A large bagel gone!
Yeah, no, oh my god, they may be winnable for Boise.
Rabbinic Flux out from Moose. We hear the Kitsune Rush. This better be winnable for Boise because they've used every ultimate they have in a play to win this. And I think this is still going to be a possible loss. Moose, the last player left standing. The damage dealt. Aurora back to full healing here. They are just, I mean, it is like rolling a rock up a hill. It is inevitably going to roll into place. Arizona State looking for that strike early, but Boise, they do get to return with that spawn advantage. Aurora shield out. J-Man sends in the favorite aim bomb. The highest bomb. Oh! The accretion from Moose is disgusting. It is going to be a consolation prize and unfortunately does not get the win condition. But 4.5 minutes right now, Jesse.
This is an incredible push, and now Boise, they got to make those swaps. Back over to the JQ comp. They will hold on to the Ash for now because they are so close to the Bob, but this is looking very similar to yesterday. But admittedly, Boise had to deal with this similar time bank during this map yesterday, and they actually forced ASU to cap with 0 time left. They need that level of defense in this third phase to make sure they have a chance. Oh, hello.
Hello there. Oh, Matt Merck goes down. Plato's Bob deleted by J-Man, who's mirroring that Ash on who should be losing this transformation. And maybe they're alive, honestly. Yeah, I'm not super keen on that full dive into the back line, but as J-Man gets the tie up here, a beautiful headshot once again. Oh my goodness! Almost found that Moira, but almost just not going to cut it. Coach Gun up and over the shield. Moose loses their life, but takes Angelics as that closing goal. Chosen fades away, and Arizona State, they're looking okay. 3.5 minutes left, but this fight definitely not theirs.
Yeah, no, it just got everybody a little split up, and Moose, admittedly, a great flank onto the high ground.
Yeah,
for real, Angelic off guard, and that is where it all tumbles down. And like you said, Anhu's ult was it was a choice. I don't know. I think he had a little more health than he thought he did going into that, and just got burned down. He'll just go back to the Tracer now, full time. And Aurora back over to the JQ, including the Moira as well. So still some changes coming through. I have a feeling Rush will be used here from Angelic with a potential Lucio swap after.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Kitsune Rush. Half the dream has come true already, and a large bagel gonna lose their life for it. But I will say, if Arizona State wins this fight, there may not really be time to swap. Matt Merck, a punch in the back of the head, takes Anhu out of the equation, and now with a lot of damage being dealt, Coalescence coming out should actually give Boise a pretty decent advantage in stalling out this fight once more. You predicted kind of that overtime stall once again, and it is feeling increasingly more likely as each time Boise wins one of these fights, it feels more convincing than the last. A beautiful clay pigeon shot on the J-Man. Stalls out ASU again. That Bob and ultimate that I think they're absolutely going to want back.
Yeah, they're going to want it back considering it's not even in a position now where they can really use it. It's a 4v5 still on point. And unless they can find something quick, and well, the quick answer is they won't. Rampage goes in from Moose to clean up the fight. 2 minutes left, and they still have that sound barrier to work off of. And like you said, this is very similar to yesterday. Boise State finally settling in. The Bastion came back out now from Matt Merck, which will definitely make ASU pause a little bit how they want to approach this next fight.
ASU Rampage Coalescence in pocket, but Matt Merck onto the Bastion once more, so a lot of damage to be walking face first into, especially with no shield or little survivability. Plato, 1 HP, okay, 19, but still not a lot. Coalescence out from Sea Panther. Plato trying to get up close and personal, just can't find the shots on Anhu, but with the dive help of a large bagel. Pulse Bomb whiffs, Rampage is out, it hits 3 members of Boise State. Aurora is going to give their life, though, and now Panther falling. Beautiful shot from Plato. ASU, they might not cap third point at all, which is, to be fair, pretty par for the course for Numbani. This is one of the hardest points in the entire game to cap.
Yeah, especially there was so much used during that fight, and they just were not able to get it done. As J-Man goes back over to the Soj, probably to help deal with Matt Merck with that disruptor shot. Just maybe disencourage the Bastion going on these little flank routes, but like I said, full power now is in the position of Boise State.
Yeah, ASU, I mean, they've got to win this one dry, so I think best case scenario, you force out a couple of ultimates. You already got out Coalescence, which is great, and you kind of just, yeah, wait a minute. Just kind of recontest in the second here, but with that artillery strike now online. Merck. Separation is the name of the game. Oh, the boop from a large bagel actually pulls them out. and only Moose goes down, but oh goodness, could this be it? Can ASU clutch out with, once again, maybe 0 time on the clock? Wow, beautiful tracking.
Yeah,
They've got it.
They do.
Wow.
13 seconds left. Man, this feels like deja vu. Man. A little weird how similar this is to yesterday, but yeah, 13 seconds left for ASU. They finally are able to break through. It was that big kill on a Moose very early, just the team shot coming in. But now Boise State, in their more comfortable position, they're a very aggressive team. They like being on the attack. They now get their chance.
Okay. As I go through every default NPC sound in the world, there is just kind of Numbani is one of those maps, similar to Watchpoint Gibraltar actually, where we tend to see all 3 points or full hold, right? Those are kind of the 2 options with this map, pretty consistent. Part of me is just thinking, Arizona State was able to full hold Boise in extra rounds last time they were at Numbani yesterday. Is that mimic going to be happening here once more? And I think there's even a bit of uncertainty on the side of Boise at this moment. They've got, 20, 30 seconds to choose, but I think this should be a tough engagement. With Maga, they have to go high ground, right? Sure.
Oh, they have to go high ground here. If they go low ground, that is just voluntary, like, hey, shoot me, Maga. Like that, no, it's not going to be able to work out. So they will go on the high ground. For Boise, they need to try and find an isolate, preferably either Angelic or J-Man very quickly, or Aurora if they do not back up in time, because, they have the finishing beat from Matt Merck. They have a crap ton of frontline damage. It's just making sure they actually get there and find that isolation.
Isolation, that suffocation, no breathing. Boise State just needs to be careful in this engagement here. The dynamite, the gravity orbs, a lot of that can farm some free damage, but I like that from Moose a lot. Really forcing Aurora off the high ground is going to be mirrored, but Matt Merck taken down by Anhu again. That's a perfect mimic of what happened in the last rounds when Arizona State was on the attack. Matt Merck had gone down to Anhu. Now Angelic charged through by Moose here. That is a pivotal pick for Boise to try and get here. Much more important than losing Matt Merck, who's almost back.
Yeah, that is a mass pick. I wonder, was that an environmental maybe?
Oh, it very well may have been.
Well, might have, which it's massive for Boise, because now if you're Panther, you got to play ultra safe.
No.
And well, that is the opposite of that.
Yeah, just trying to get that trade out here. ALB is going to fall, though, so an important pick in Arizona's favor. Panther's gone, though, and I think Angelic just got back, so you're down to a single support once more. I will say, burning over a minute here is huge. A lot than Boise was able to provide themselves. Aurora got to be dead here, right? You just got to. I'm not sure how you live this. And Angelic, tries to be the hero, gives their life, and gives Boise the chance to cap. I'd say at least a first tick, pretty much uncontested.
Yeah, I would say a tick or 2 uncontested. Maybe ASU go back in to try and hold the final, but especially with your tank and your flex support, and your main support basically playing double flex, going out late, they're just going to decide, we're going to hold the corner, not going to try and push in. Boise, about 30 seconds less than ASU had on their attack, but still plenty of time to work with entering streets. Is now on her peak, a little bit of a peek around. Still has that duplication available if they need it, but it will be just Boise. They're gonna try and rush on through, and Moose gets canceled out.
What are you doing, man? You dove right into all 5. Plato drops the pulse bomb. It gets on Immortality Field, but that's probably the most questionable play I've seen today. To go full throttle into the back line of the opposing team like that really is going to be detrimental. I guess you've got 4.5 minutes. Like, it's not going to lose you the series or anything, but it's just a weird play that I'm definitely going to be critical of. Gravitic Flux goes up. Aurora is critical condition, but still completes the Flux. Jamin taken out by Moose, who has returned to the fray, and I believe Aurora will be losing their life here. So it was weird. It was questionable, but my bad, I guess, because it wins them the fight.
Yeah, it wins them the fight, and Boise now, they still have Cage to work with, but that's really about it. Maybe a late pulse. ASU will make some swaps of their own. J-Man over to the Soldier, Anhu back to the Tracer, and Angelic will go over to the Zenyatta to try and have that focus fire onto Moose, just to make sure, hey, they're not surviving as long as we can help it. Try and put that extra pressure to make them just a little bit more hesitant on some of these engages.
Ooh, domain expansion out from Moose here as Boise State approaches second point cap. And I will say that Boise's time between first and second was notably faster than ASU's, even though ASU capped the first point faster. So we're almost getting a balanced scale here in terms of performance. Boise has the numbers right now in a 4v3 scenario, so Arizona State could win this, but likely are not going to be able to do so without a lot of help. Recall already used, and Anhu just getting red out of that play. 84 HP taking down Moose could be pivotal here, but it's just going to be a fever dream after all. Second point cap, 413 on the board, and with so many Arizona players falling so early on, free real estate for Boise.
A lot of free real estate, and especially Angelic going down late. They have so much room to work with. Matt Merck will go over to the May to try and find those isolations to assist in these plays, but I got a lot of time. Like I said, the great equalizer now turns into this final corner, as it can be so difficult to push through if you don't have the bust your way through. And right now, Boise, they only have the rush coming in from Chosen soon, as it pooses. Well, almost dead.
Oh, good stick. Didn't really need it, but hey, you got the job done after all, and this will be really important in restabilizing the spawn advantage that Arizona State has at a time like this. Good flank off of the left side here. J-Man looking for a time to strike, not able to find it in through the wall. And with Matt Merck back on the May, that could actually be huge, because the win condition now just becomes get Blizzard forehead, and you can win an entire fight off of that. So,
yeah, honestly, you build up Blizzard, you're in a fine
3 minutes
spot.
to get 30%. Passively.
Yeah, no, like, you just have to well, J-Man also has to relax, but you just gotta make sure you play smart. You have 2 support ultimates and Pulse as well to work off of. You don't need to rush into any set play.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. ASU just needs to play these corners, play low and slow, and try to get a pick probably into the Sigma once more. Accretion goes out. Unfortunately, not going to find much with a rotation off to the left side here. ASU has to split their focus a little bit, which makes it difficult for the Sigma in particular to start getting some real damage. Into the backline from Chosen. Tac visor out from J-Man, just literally basically deleted by that Maywall, and a good flank into the back line. Ultimate on either side. Pretty much just kind of did nothing.
Yeah, I said both teams are like, okay, we're fine with just
there it is.
Accepting that. Trank used.
Trank is going to be huge here. Keeps the entire team up, and trying to find Matt Merck with Necromantic Flux. Picks up 3. Will anybody go down like a bag of rocks? Matt Merck going to go 6 feet underground. Plato going to fall as well, and Arizona State off of several ultimates are finally going to emerge victorious. Silver lining, though, Boise used every damn thing they had, too.
Yeah, everybody was like, all right, here it is. Everybody. Like, everybody gets all the ultimates except Anhu, who builds it up very late, does not elect to use it. And then we get even more swap. But Hirosol continues to spin around. Chosen over to the BAP. Matt Merck going to add a little bit more range to this with the Hanzo. See if any of those logs can connect to one of the Sun Devils' heads. And Anhu, well, they tried to get aggressive for a pulse, but going to elect just to play their life.
Anhu goes in early here. Has to blink out. Ooh, great read onto Plato. Discord Orb to boot as well. Makes it a wee bit easier to win that matchup. That old fire from Angelic playing in the back line. A really clever spot as well, because it takes the enemy team a long time to flank it back that far. So Angelic play maybe a bit riskier than normal. With 67 seconds left on the clock, Boise State, if they cap it all, they want to make sure anything on the clock. Because if they have 0, I'm pretty sure they do not get a re-attack. They can only draw this map. And as Chosen falls again, Moose gone as well. Boise State losing this fight. 52 seconds left. I'm not sure it's possible to cap with more time than 13 seconds anymore. Can Arizona win this, dude?
They might, as Boise, they will be able to have a push. It'll be, if they cap with 0, they'll have 13 seconds less than ASU, which honestly...
Okay.
If it was over a minute for ASU, it's a different story. But honestly, you still got to win this pretty convincingly for Boise, even if it is just for morale. You have the pulse, and they're actually going to go wide rotate towards coast right away
Flux
just
to
see if they find somebody.
17 seconds left, so it's now impossible to cap with more time. Tapping with 0 is pretty much the best case scenario. Verdict Flux in the back line here from Moose. Tries to bait out a couple of ults and instead gets out none, but a pulse bomb in the back line from Plato blows the door clean off its hinges. Angelic 13% away from that. Transcendence has been removed from the fight. Verdict Flux from Aurora, who now has a Flux of their own. Could be able to find it. Accretion is out, but Aurora not going to live long enough to use Flux. This is a disaster. Flux is up and out. Watch out for the Accretion. Not able to find it. Beat drop from a large bagel early. Panther's down. Angelic, the only healer, and who's gone. Moose has been traded. 4v3 in favor, now 2v3 in favor of Boise State. Transcendence is out, I believe, too little too late. In an overtime cap should be all but inevitable here. Angelic is gone. The tank, the last player left standing. Panther could be able to teleport out if the tank lived long enough, but Boise has done it. A minute back on the clock. In Arizona State, 113 to work with.
113 to work with, and man, this really is deja vu from yesterday. Like,
seriously.
This is a 13-second difference with both teams. Cap at the very end of their pushes, and it will be Boise this time, though, that will attack first. Yesterday it was ASU that attacked first in overtime. But man, what a little setup we have going into this map. Either we're going to map 5, or ASU will finish it on the map they feel so comfortable on historically. Boise, on this attack, you would think they maybe just go back to the Maga. I know they eventually swapped off of it earlier, but no, instead for now, they're going to tease the JQ. We'll see what they actually decide to land on. ASU, on the other hand, they will not go the Kyoko right away like they have in the past. They will just start on the Zen with the BAP and Sigma as well, and Anhu will go the Echo right again to start this, as I mean, getting those early picks on the Matt Merck, especially early in this kind of scenario, is even more impactful.
I have thoughts. Boise on the Diva is definitely pulling my focus for the time being. And I've been pretty anti-Diva recently. We all know this.
This is a, common knowledge.
This is public knowledge that I've been pretty anti-Diva, but maybe Moose can surprise us. I think Diva has just a natural advantage over the high ground, can really work consistently on the attack, and can maybe dislocate Arizona State, which I think is going to be the game plan, right? To take either that Zen or that Baptiste out of the way as fast as possible. But Boise, as you mentioned, got full held last time in overtime in extra rounds. And yeah, here we go. Perfect dive onto the supports in the back line. There's no way you both live, right? Unless that Diva loses her mech early on. Matt Merck loses his life. Moose and Angelic are going to be traded, so the Boise dive not nearly as impactful as they wanted it to be, but with a 3v3 scenario on the board, they could go for maybe a tick or two if they're lucky.
They have to get Aurora early, though. They are just cornering.
Yeah.
They're just staying put in that corner. On who they get chosen.
Oh, no! That's not the trade you want. That is not the trade you want at all. 2-to-1 trade. Boise State, they're going to have to go into this in, what, a 3v5?
There's large bagel.
Oh, 2v5! Matt Merck's done too. It's just the Diva. It's up to Moose here. And I'm just not sure there's much they're going to be able to do. Loses the mech, the Tracer falls, and all of a sudden Arizona State's win condition has been set in stone. They have to cap 33% of Numbani in 73 seconds, and a spot to CECC 2024 is theirs.
A spot in Texas on the line here for the Sun Devils. Last year was just the Valorant squad who made it. ASU Overwatch trying to make sure they get a nice little trip over there right at the end of exam week as well. This would be an incredible upset, not only for this, but you look at the Ochre rankings. Boise State are at 7. ASU went into this at 11. They already upset number 10 UCI.
Yep.
Maybe 2 upsets within, 5 hours, 4 hours for the Sun Devils. But still, they have to get the work done. You still got to get that take. And we saw how quickly it could all unfold there when Boise, they looked so good. And they just could not get on who were Aurora. The respawns come in, and ASU were able to stabilize. So now on the defense for Boise, Matt Mark will go on the Cassidy, which that is a direct, hey, and Cage, whatever Anhu is on, we need all eyes on them, whether it be the Tracer or the Echo. We cannot let them get another first pick in this fight.
I could not have said it better. I think the Cassidy pick in the current day and age of Overwatch 2 is a very I dare you pick. I think it's a very, if you're going to step to me, you better be ready for the Cassidy. And right now, Boise State, Matt Merck going to try to bust it out. A full defense here could draw this map, take us all the way to map 5, which could guarantee possibly a map 6, which would be pretty crazy. But Arizona State, they capped point in less than a minute on their initial attack. Are they going to be able to mimic that play? Only time will tell them. One compositional change from Boise State, can that make all the difference?
They were anticipating the stickies.
Oh, it's a quick rush!
Yep. Oh, quick push.
Great shield. Isolates it out. J-Man has already fallen to Plato. 45 seconds left. Arizona State, they have to give up this fight. They fully have to die or get out of this equation. Unless they can go for a double kill at least.
Yep, no, it's done.
Oh,
Yeah.
right click. Randy comes in clutch, and he's able to find a double kill. 30 seconds left. ASU, one more try. We're going to map 5, and it could not possibly be even our last map in the
And a
series.
pause. We have a Boise pause.
No!
Oh my god. Black screen. Okay, we're fine. We're fine? We're fine.
Yeah, it was a respawn bug, I think, maybe. I'm not sure what it was.
Hey, for the sake of the script, it adds tension. It adds tension.
Gotta keep it interesting. Gotta keep it
interesting. It's fine. I love how they put shield out by coast right away. Like, okay,
Yup.
they're gonna put stickies out. 3, 2, 1. It's like, no, this is not happening again. Great little adaptation there from them, and now here we go. 25 seconds left. Honestly, the first ult we may get is the Deadeye from Matt Merck, but honestly, I don't think ults are going to be in any sort of equation here. It is just going to be straight vanilla.
It's a raw push through mid here. And they're going to try to rush the high ground again. First elimination pretty much decides whether or not we see a map 5. And Immortality Field from Arizona State keeps that team alive just a little bit longer. The shield is out. Plato is off the high ground. Can anybody even touch the point? They've got the overtime tick from Anhu, but they're being chased into the mega room. We need a secondary touch. No eliminations yet on either side, but Arizona State has begun to take precedent here. They've capped up a little bit. They're trying to stall out. The tick is through. Anhu is fallen. It's 5v4. The numbers continue to climb. For some reason, the percentage counter's not going up, though. That's frustrating. Moose is gone. J-Man on the high ground. This is pivotal. If they get a large biggle, this could be the beginning of the end, but if J-Man himself goes down, this could be over. Aurora is gone. J-Man has fallen. It's the highest of noon, and it's Boise guaranteeing a 5th map in the series.
What was that?
So who picks map now? The loser again?
I believe it's ASU since they picked last.
Right, whoever
map,
picked last
I
picks.
believe.
Okay.
But hey, the script writers are treating us nice. All I gotta say, like, script
If I
writers.
could write like this, I'd be a New York Times bestseller,
Dude,
dog.
yeah,
What a
the
series.
Script writers are immaculate today. What a map there from both sides. And honestly, I thought, we saw Aurora had the grav. They just didn't have the health to pop it because of how isolated they were. And Boise made the adaptations they needed to on that defense. And, oh man, map 5 at 2-1. What a series we have today.
What a series indeed. Probably the closest CECC series that I've seen in a really long time. But folks, because we're going into map 5 and there may be a map 6, we are going to go ahead and throw it to a break here. These players probably need to get up, stretch their legs, crack their fingers, and maybe use the restroom. I suggest you all do the same, but come right back here because CECC Overwatch 2 qualifier ain't done yet. We'll see you right back here in just a few. and welcome back to CECC West 2024 Overwatch 2 Grand Final Qualifiers. I am Succulents, joined by Twin Salty. Jesse, I would love to do that whole, it's map 5, it's decided right here, right now, but we literally don't know if it's going to be decided right here, right now, because it's map 5, and it's only 2-1 on the board.
Yeah, what a map Numbani was. That may honestly go down in, like, CECC history as one of the best maps we've seen, on stream at least, in a very long time. And it was also, like you said, maybe one of the first one of the first draws we've seen in a very long time.
That's the first draw I've seen in over a year.
Yeah,
I'm positive.
No,
That's
ridiculous. So now we double checked with the rules. ASU does get map pick again because they had map pick for the tied map.
Yep.
So we don't know yet where they're going. We just know it can't be Numbani or Busan or Watchpoint. That is literally all we know. But yeah, it's getting interesting because it's either a map 6 decider or it does indeed end in 5 as a 3-1.
Now, I hate to say it, but if they choose a hybrid map,
oh Jesus,
we could go even further. I'm just gonna bring that up. I'm gonna caster curse it. I'm gonna try to counter caster curse it by getting out ahead of it. But I think, we're running out of maps, and these teams have already played against each other. Yeah. We've played a couple of them already. Maybe going to Control, that's guaranteed, not a draw, so that could really kind of be the decider. If you're on the side of ASU, you're feeling confident, you won Control earlier, 2-1, and I'm going to guess, I'm going to say Lijiang Tower.
I'm going to say, I'll guess Lijiang. I'll guess Lijiang too. Why not?
Whoa! Okay, so you guys can't hear our producer, obviously, so that reaction is probably very confusing. The next map is going to be Suravasa. So Control, incorrect, but the concept of an undrawable map is still there. So Suravasa is going to be a flashpoint map that I, in the green room earlier today, made a comment that I'm going to say on stream. Doc Haskell, I love you. We're great friends. I mean this in a good way. I love Boise. Flashpoint, from what I've seen so far, tends to not be their strongest map type. So I'm wondering if maybe ASU is kind of fiending on that same mindset, and if they want to try to clutch this out here in a game 5.
Yeah, it's getting very interesting very fast here. Because obviously, we both said it. We didn't think this series was going to take this long, admittedly. I also feel bad for these teams because OWCS round 7 games just dropped. And we're still here. So
we're still here, baby!
It's a little awkward. Even the producers of the TOs tried to avoid the conflict, but the script writers were like, nah, we're gonna ride this out as long as humanly possible. But this, okay, Boise, they're gonna be running JQ Rush with the Lego Bastion. ASU
I love
running
Lego
JQ
Bastion.
Rush with the Soj instead. So almost a full mirror. Actually, Moira also for Boise, which is something.
Moira was out on Watchpoint Gibraltar and Kings Row, so we've seen this Moira before. We know that it's something that they like to try and do, but it's been pretty hit or miss, They won Gibraltar, they lost Kings Row, both very close matchups, so I'm going to be looking further down the timeline here to see if this Moira works out. But for now, ASU, I think, has a little bit of dominance here on the opening point. They should get capped. And of course, the interesting thing about Flashpoint is it's 0.7 seconds per tick instead of 1 full second per percent. So an important thing to keep in mind as we continue our matchup here. ASU does not get that tick for free, though Aurora has to go toe-to-toe with Moose, who should not be long for the Mortal Coil. Got folded on who gives their life for it, but losing the tank just so much more valuable, all things considered. So Arizona State, they've got a definite advantage here as the large Bagel has also gone down early. Ooh, Aurora really overstaying their welcome in that Bastion LOS, but it looks like Arizona State should still have some confident clutch here.
Yeah, they should be able to cap as long as they can deal with Plato, who is going to be able to recall and might be able to get out unless J-Man, well, never mind, they went straight into a Carnage. So they are able to cap, but at the cost of potentially longevity of this point.
Yeah.
It's going to be an interesting way for ASU. How do you stay away from this match on LOS while still trying to maintain that frontline pressure? It's going to be a very tricky tightrope to try and stay on.
And we were critical of this back on Busan as well. You capped the point early, but is that necessarily worth it in the long run? We're going to have to keep a close eye and see if that continues to work out in favor of Boise State. But Arizona State right now, they're halfway done, so they only need 50 more %. They popped the Kitsune. Right now, this is about stalling. It's not necessarily about winning the fight. It's about making the fight take as long as humanly possible. And I will say that they've gotten pretty darn good at that, all things considered. So let's see if that Pulse Bomb from Anhu can't pick up anything. Boise State's Coalescence gets some damage out, but Matt Merck, that's the first to fall. I believe they will be joined by Aurora in the kill feed in just a moment. No! It's Moose that falls. The Carnage gets a pick.
Carnage with the extra life steal as well.
This is huge.
Yeah, this should be a cap, a large bagel.
Gotta be
Anhu's
guaranteed.
going massive. Both supports down, and that will be a cap for ASU. First flashpoint gone. Matt Mark will go off the Bastion and onto the Genji. And we have a pause on the ASU side this time around.
I'm wondering if it's that same visual button or
The lag
Oh, the
spike.
lag.
Well,
Okay,
that sounds
all right,
like
well,
Phoenix.
not.
Honestly.
Good time for that to happen, honestly. Good time to get that out of the way. You
Yeah.
know, it was between fights at the very least, and at least it comes from the winning side. So could be definitely worse. So
Oh, yeah.
we're gonna let the lag reset a little bit. But yeah, that sounds, you sound a little too familiar with that concept of a lag spike.
Considering even under Mbani, I had a lag spike in call. Yeah, no, this is normal Phoenix
true.
internet for you, for everybody. But no, honestly, it's at least, like you said, it was at the end of the flashpoint between fights. Much better than what it could have been. But now, you gotta think, if you are Boise State, you make that swap to the Genji now. I wonder how quickly ASU makes a swap if J-Man decides to match the Genji, if they try and at least go with the Soj for now and maybe see, hey, does the Genji actually work in countering me, or is it, just enough of a pestilence to try and go away? But we'll see, as it'll be Boise State taking the long way around. ASU will be able to get control of the flashpoint first.
ASU is going to get presence on this secondary flashpoint as well. I would argue the ult advantage is on their side. The placement advantage, the positioning advantage also ends well in their favor. With a lot of potential on the line here, Arizona State could. I mean, it wouldn't be crazy to just rampage out the gate.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't mind it. Like, especially there is no
Yeah,
Kiriko to worry about. Like, you can just send it if you're ASU. For Moose, you do have the cleanse to worry about, but it's still, honestly, your best win condition in here.
There it is. Okay. Great
What
job
a
from Large
cleanse.
State. What a Suzu instead. The beat drop from Angelic is still there, but the Suzu, damn near flawless. Arizona State off the back, and they're going to be able to find 2 picks into Matt Merck and Moose as well. The Moira goes down to join them back in spawn. Arizona State for the second flashpoint in a row will cap and take the advantage state here on flashpoint.
And now they'll make some swaps. They're going to go back to All Reliable, which won them a little bit, which won them Gib, basically, and gave them success on Busan. It will be the Maga comp. Matt Merck back on the Bastion. ASU just got to play their spacing. Pulse Bomb is online for both sides, and maybe a Coalescence here from Chosen could open it up.
Coalescence from Chosen, they've been pretty aggressive in the forefront, but a large bagel going down that early in the fight. Chosen all of a sudden has to go all heals all the time, and it makes it really difficult to play that level of aggression that we so often see from Moira players themselves. Matt Merck catches the knife, and now Arizona State walking into a Coalescence. The Moira's crit. You can probably take her down. And there she goes. Chosen gets a pick onto Aurora, but the damage has already been done. The bleeding simply cannot stop, and I think Boise State has to give up this second flashpoint as well. The door rapidly closing.
Yeah, they will not be able to get back here in time unless Chosen can somehow get a last-second touch, but it's looking more and more like ASU will go up 2-0 on the flashpoint, and 1 flashpoint away from clinching that spot in Arlington, one that they are wanting so dearly. Boise State now in a very difficult spot. Neither team did use the Pulse Bomb during that fight, and we will be going over to Ruins once again. ASU will have, and both teams will actually kind of gate her at the same time.
Oh, Pulse Bomb out. Unfortunately, no value found on the line, but the overclock from J-Man could be a game changer. Matt Merck and Ann, who are going to be traded out. J-Man goes down to that charge from Moose as well. A headshot. I'm not going to ask questions, but with an elimination coming out onto Arizona State, it looks like Boise's finally reclaiming their footing here and getting a bit more aggressive down the line. This third cap should be theirs. Do they begin the flashpoint reverse sweep?
The miniature reverse sweep when they're trying to do the full-on reverse sweep. Isn't that a little symbolic here for Boise State? As a beautiful pulse there from Plato. You lay it onto the smallest hitbox for ASU onto Anhu, and not able to get the trades out later. They do have a bunch of ults going into this fight. Boise in a great position to keep this map going.
Boise definitely staring down the barrel of defeat, but making sure they're able to emerge victorious is the most important play after all. No value found yet. Boise just stalling out, right? Like I said, you know, for Arizona State on point number 1, I said it's important that you make the fights last as long as possible.
They flipped.
What? Oh, Boise lets it last a little too long. Arizona State flips.
That is a big whoops from Boise, because if they're able to hold on there, they could have made that final fight for this flashpoint.
Domain expansion catches only the Lucio, who does get the beat drop in time, but the Kitsune rush from Panther is not going to be enough to keep him alive. Domain expansion closed. Angelic is gone. Boise State, they give a little bit of a slip, but it looks like it's not going to cost them much, as this fight should be all but won. No support to keep the team alive. They go down, and Boise State pretty much have the second, or this first point of theirs online.
Yes, unless I could see maybe Angelic getting a touch, or Anhu does have.
Yeah, but I don't think it's a touch that's going to have substance, to be honest.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a rough touch if they are able to get over there. It's going to be a little scuffed, but they can at least get there. But yeah, Sunbear is available for Large Bagel if it gets a little testy.
Anhu goes in, does get the touch, but like I said, I suspect this touch could be one of lack of substance, but let's see if I'm correct on that assumption overall. The damage goes out. Anhu, where? Oh, wow, where even just were that? Aurora taking down the ultimate, wasted. You get a Large Bagel's beat out at least, but you lose Pulse Bomb as well. Arizona State definitely losing that, committing 3 ultimates into that fight, and unfortunately walking away with nothing to show for it. Boise State now 1 flashpoint away from tying us up here on map number 5.
They will head now to the other side of the map. A little bit of a hike here for both teams, as Matt Merck will also just spawn in. It'll take them potentially a little bit longer to get over here, but it'll be near the fountain. Boise State able to get there first. Yeah, you can see Matt Merck just a little bit behind, but they have that artillery strike if they want to use it early, and ASU will try and battle for this high ground control just from the Moira alone.
Ooh, artillery strike goes out. No eliminations found. Chosen, though, falls to Aurora. This is a huge pick for Arizona State University. They are 1 flashpoint away, and being able to cap this one this early is going to be unbelievably beneficial for this squad. They just got to make sure they get the final eliminations to guarantee that happens. And just like that, Arizona State caps this 3rd flashpoint.
This next fight's going to be the big one, as Plato will have the Pulse. Coalescence will be available as well. Moose may be able to build theirs as well. ASU do have some ults to work with, but this will be the big one. If they can stall this fight out long enough, they might be able to make it just a 2-fight flashpoint, but Boise already in position to try and put some pressure.
40% already gained to Arizona State. If this fight takes as long as they normally do, ASU will be up to 40 to 70%, depending on how quickly Boise State can kind of close the door here. Panther brings out a Kitsune rush. It is going to be matched pretty early on by the squadron of Boise State's Coalescence from Chosen. A lot of damage dealt to Mountain Moose, and if he goes down, that is a disaster. Boise flips, but at what cost? Oh! They're losing their whole damn team out there! J-Man finds a triple kill. Arizona State University emerging victorious once again, and now ASU, they will cap the point back. They're going to get upwards of 80% before Boise can fully recontest the squad.
Instead of being at 80% counted, they're at 60, so Boise should have another contest here. Pulse and Moose ult to work with. Sound Barrier, though, available. Pulse Bomb, as well as the Rampage for ASU. Both teams, you gotta think, they're going to be throwing haymakers in this fight. Both teams know it's win or lose.
It's haymakers from here on out, Jesse. I think you're spot on. This is going to be, you are punching with 100% power. You are going plus ultra here, and these teams are going to try to make that happen. Domain expansion from Moose is going to be a big one. No eliminations yet, but instead Moose gives their life for the cause. The Rampage out. It's going to be 3 players down, and Boise State losing Matt Merck. This has got to be all but over. J-Man finds a double kill. That's going to be the Tracer, last one standing, sent back to the spawn room, and with 5 ticks left on the clock, Boise State cannot touch. Chosen is gone, and ASU will win the West 2024 qualifier and punch their ticket to CECC this year.
What an upset from the Sun Devils. They lock in their spot in Boise. We'll have to qualify elsewhere, probably in the Mountain West, which, if you guys are in the Mountain West, any Mountain West teams, you gotta be stressing a little bit, because you maybe thought you could get a 2nd place qualifier. Now you gotta win it, Jamie. This was the play. I think that changed everything. 1, 2, and the 3rd right after. Nice little flick. But Arizona State, a team that I don't think many people had winning this regional. A lot said Boise. Some said UCI. If it wasn't going to be Boise, it is the Sun Devils who clinched their spot for Texas.
And I mean, what a way to do it. My heart rate through the roof right now. And Jesse, I think you're spot on. That it was that Sojourn play that fully tipped the scales when it mattered most. But folks, as live events tend to go, that went on so long that unfortunately the series we'd love to get an interview we just don't have time to do. But the great legacy of Boise versus ASU is over. Or is it? We've got the Rocket League CECC 2024 Grand Finals coming up next. That will also be Boise State versus ASU. I believe it's going to be brought to you by Danger Taco and Nerdy Bird. It's going to be a great series that we're excited to be a part of. We'll see you guys over there in just a couple of minutes. Thanks again for watching Overwatch.
Hello and welcome back for everyone who is back from hydrating and probably eating a full meal since the last time you sat down. Because if you watch that Overwatch League final, that is going to be such a brutal time for you. But there's some Rocket League. It's more CECC West qualifier action. And myself, Dana Taco, and Nerdy Bird here on the call for familiar faces. It's Boise and Arizona State again. But this time, ASU's B team, ASU Gold, coming in the grand finals.
Yes, and hopefully both these teams were cheering on their Overwatch squads, were understanding with the delay they just had to experience, but stayed warm and are ready to go because at the end of the day, they're fighting for that ticket to get down to the CEC tournament in May for Arlington, Texas.
And this is a big deal for a lot of these teams because obviously as we're going through the CECC regions, you want to be able to get into this grand final, win, get that qualifier spot. You don't have to get these peripheral chances to be able to get on in. So for ASU, that chance is very much within reach, but if it was within their grasp, it's a little tough to say. You're going up against Boise, the big bad school that I'm sure you can speak quite eloquently about the preparation that these lads go in, Nerdy. But I mean, Boise, they are kind of the most feared Western team around lately.
I mean, you've got one heck of a powerhouse squad for the Broncos. And speaking of that squad, we can take a look at the roster. Never mind, we'll get a live feed actually at them while we pull it up. It's going to be Dirtho, Woozy, and Preston for this squad for today.
And this is going to be obviously the starters for anyone familiar with that, as we see a couple people chilling out there in the stands, so to speak, watching on the action to go. But yeah, this is a Boise team that does not mess around. They came in second in nationals, being able to make really deep runs within the bracket within CRL. But throughout all the rest of the competitions, they've really been just taking names. So against ASU, they have been able to put up a decent amount of fight, being able to take off games previously in former days. But that is the main thing at the top of CRL, or really RLCS in general, is that a lot of these top teams, they can be harmed somewhat. You can take a game, you can get some goals off them, but taking them down throughout a full series, as this one is a best of 7, is going to be a whole other story.
So do you think there is a strategy when it comes to a best of 7 for specifically ASU? Say they end up going down the first 2 maps, knowing it's a best of 7. Do you think that we might see some change-ups occurring with regards to their gameplay?
I think it's tough when you do get into situations like this, particularly with ASU coming in. I think as they know within their own mindset that they are more or less an underdog, that they are going to be coming into this match which is actually a best of 5. Sorry, correct me. I naturally default to the BO7, but this is a best of 5 like the rest of the bracket. They have to come in, at least in this series, as saying game number 1 is just getting used to the pace. That is the number 1 thing I feel like that Boise brings that a lot of teams can't handle. If they can get used to that and find a stable bedrock, being able to like kind of lock down some saves, then they can start focusing on encroaching into the midfield. And I think if you don't do that, if teams just say, let's just wing it, you are going to fall behind. You're going to be playing reactive, and that is not where you want to be.
Well, let's hope this 3-player lineup of Anthem, K1 Alter, and iZippy is able to keep up with the pace that Boise's going to throw down out the gate. However, I can say that they're not a perfect team. They definitely have some things they can improve on. And if you're able to identify Arizona, you might just come out on top of this best of 5.
And being able to get onto this game is always important to be able to see. So if we see how this game 1 goes, maybe we'll get a little bit of a hint for how this one is going to shake on down. And as we get into it, ASU having Anthem in there is a player that's kind of been around the ASU system for a while. I'm kind of expecting him to take the lead and kind of lead by example, hopefully, as his compatriots follow suit in their first attack with Holter off the ceiling.
Ball is going to go up in the air with Emiliano. It's Dirtho carrying it to the corner. Give and go to Preston, and Woozy unfortunately does not find his way into the back of the net. Carried back to midfield, crossing into the defensive third for the Broncos currently. Preston did rotate to the back post, followed up shortly by Woozy. Preston now off the wall, but loses possession for a moment. Who will grab the dead ball? It's going to be iZippy.
A little bit of confusion there from Anthem and iZippy. I think they wanted to leave it for each other, but the problem is one of them has to take it in the end of the day. Preston, he's going to try to take this shot. That's off target. Dirthos does not look to be following in suit. It was going to be slotted on that back post. If you don't get the first rebound, oftentimes, boys are going to play cleanup.
Playing for the second ball is always important. If your clear is not making it past the goal box, then someone needs to make sure they're going in to wrangle it and try and beat it the rest of the way to the midfield stripe. As we go to the next kickoff, it's a slight double commit, but it ends up favoring ASU. Stolen away by Woozy in the air, but it's trailing into this corner. Don't know if Woozy will be able to maintain control. It's pinched up into the air once again, dunked down, and it ends up with Dirtho, who's going to elevate, goes for a flip reset, and in the air ends up getting thwarted by one of the ASU players.
issue is ASU has a bit of a plan on defense, get to the ball. The problem is you have to have more than a plan than that, because once they get in the midfield, looking a little lost right now, but can't really blame them. This trio of Woozy, Preston, and Durtho have been really good at making sure that they just get the most annoying cuts on in and shots off. Problem is, it does lead them susceptible to some counters, that not being one of them. Anthem does not have the resources to be advancing, and therefore Durtho going to take it right on back.
There's 3 players corralling in front of the net. One goes, takes the shot, hits the top crossbar. The second ball goes to Preston. The follow-up off the back wall from Woozy. Attempted to give to Durtho, does not work out. Preston circles back, goes into the air. Woozy plays disruption, but there's still an opportunity for the defense. Second ball, Durtho. It's above the net once again. There's not been an opportunity to clear this out. No breathing room has been given over to ASU. Finally, they get a couple seconds, but this ball is dropping down in front of the net, clear to the midfield stripe, but Woozy's quick to rotate back, try and put on a defensive force for Boise State, and it's going to be Durtho taking it across midfield in the air.
And a really nice attack there from ASU, and even equally excellent defense as Anthem reaches all the way over the shoulder to get that save, and now onto the counter might be rewarded. Preston a bit slow, tapped up high. Durtho trying to take it off him. Zippy says no. Alter, do you have something to say about that one off the crossbar? Sometimes you just can't get high enough on your read. Is it going to be another chance that goes out the wayside? Halftime in game number 1. We're still just staring at that 1-goal deficit.
Typically, you want that second goal to guarantee no golden goal opportunities in sight when we cross into the halfway point, but we don't have it, and the ball is in the defensive third for the Broncos. Thwarted is the attempt by Boise State to make it clear. Will they have the give and go to Zippy? Zippy has no pressure. Preston comes in, steals away. There's a demo onto one of the offensive players of ASU, but we're not giving up just yet on this goal-scoring opportunity. Woozy, however, carries it to the midfield stripe, and once again, taken away by the midfield controller from ASU.
Preston taking off this field into the Shadow Realm he goes, and Durtho will try to avenge him, but can only do so much. However, Preston, he's back in action. He finds Durtho, or rather finds the backboard as the read did not come in. Getting fancy with it is Boise. Can't really blame them. They're feeling comfortable on the rotation, but they'd feel a lot more comfortable if that one goes in. Preston for 2.
From the midfield, Woozy plays it to the backboard and then allows Preston to come in and threads the needle between 2 after demoing one of the keepers in this instance. It was a beautiful kind of classic Rocket League of demoing that keeper. As we go into the next kickoff, Boise is now comfortable with the 2-goal lead, but 2 minutes is still plenty of time. Yes, I'm rounding up. However, there's mounting in another attack. It's going to be taken away, gone to the midfield, and beaten straight back into the corner. Lots of volleyball play, but that net is open. Can ASU find something here? No, because Durtho's going to try to send this ball to the mid. Once again, stopped by K1 Alter.
Zippy trying to play for that 50, buying time for Alter to get back. Problem is, it doesn't really matter if Alter cuts. He was actually left in a bit of a no man's land. Anthem trying to make up for it, but Boise is unpredictable. The team pinch while heading backwards somehow finds the net.
I know that it was most likely calculated, but I have no idea how one could plan that out. Boise State sitting at a comfortable 3-goal lead in this kickoff. Once again, it's going to die out near the midfield stripe. Ends up with Preston. It's going to play it off the back wall, but it looks like the attempt of disruption from Durtho on the backboard defense did not work out in the Broncos' favor. They do end up clearing it once again in the defensive third of ASU, but it's Woozy cherry-picking, goes for the first touch. Who will get the second ball? It looks like it's ASU as we have K1 carrying it up. Lobs it to iZippy. iZippy goes high with the shot. The follow-up touches from Woozy. And it's going to die down the defensive third here for ASU.
We're going to be seeing the issue of playing against a team like Boise, or really any high-seeded team within Rocket League, is that you're going to get some chances. You're going to get some decent saves. The issue is that if you're not putting away the chances and you're receiving too much offensive pressure on your own net, eventually you will be having a couple goals fly back into the netting. And I think for the most part in game number 1, ASU is not taking advantage of their opportunities. They have had shots, they've had passes, but they've really just kind of glanced off of the front of the Boise goal. And I think for right there, it's going to be a game that they're going to look back on as more missed opportunities, just really letting things slip out of their hands as the final 10 seconds will tick on down to more or less rubber stamp a Boise State game 1 win.
The one thing I will give over to ASU's credit, they might find one here, never mind ball did hit the ground, is the fact that they are preventing a lot of clears coming out from when they are in that offensive third position. It's just they're unable to capitalize on off the give and goes or the rebounds because they're not recognizing when they're about to get pressured. I don't know if it's just not checking, your peripheral vision or not having a teammate let you know you're getting challenged, because there was a lot of demolitions coming out from the Broncos. And so if you're Arizona, you got to start allaying those demos a little bit.
I think you can also see it in the point spread. Not often do you see two players underneath 100 points. Meanwhile, Anthem with 5 saves, inflating those statistics somewhat, being able to really hold down the back line. And that's kind of what I was talking about against Boise. They're always going to get a lot of shots. They're going to get unanticipated things, much like the two players going backwards, calculating for a pinch. But because of that, when you do move forward, if you can get those first couple defends, you get your chances. And we did see that come out, but the issue is they're either not taking it or they're not managing their boost well enough to be able to quickly get onto those reads and then be able to take an accurate shot. So it's a rough thing to see from ASU, but ultimately game number 1 is always going to be a warm-up game against a team as fast as Boise. We'll have to see if game number 2, their muscles are a bit more spry.
And at the end of the day, it is a best of 5, so losing the first game isn't the end of the world. But one thing you did mention was the boost, and I was noticing some occasions when the Broncos were on the offensive, so to speak, they were grabbing that corner boost before Arizona's defense was able to rotate back, and it was allowing them to keep the pressure in that the offensive third for a very long time. So perhaps it's not so much that they're unable to control and utilize their boost properly and watch the meter. It's more that they don't have the opportunity to snag the mega boost and relying on penny pads so much. But I'll keep a closer eye on it in this game as we are in the Broncos defensive third. Zippy up off the back wall. Attempt of give and go. Maybe it was a fake, but it ends up working out for Woozy, who's going to carry it forward, and it just lobs it to the left side of the net.
Zippy will try to slow that one down. Preston will gladly take it off him and then shove his teammate right down into the ground. Anthem, fortunately, is still positioned somewhat accurately as Zippy will try to lend a hand, and that one from K1 Alter. It's ambitious, but I do like that. You gotta have to dive in for some reads, otherwise you're gonna get left in the dust by Boise. Otherwise, Anthem showing them by example how you do it with another pop, only out to Dirtho.
Going for the aerial challenges against a player such, especially Dirtho, is great, because if you let these players from the Broncos stay in the air too long, they're gonna have a ball, and that's not what you want in the terms of Rocket League. Currently, though, this ball is still at the midfield, spending a lot of time in the air with very little control going to either side. All 3 members of Boise State are currently pushed up, but we do have someone cherry-picking from ASU. If one of them can find a clear, and as I'm saying that they've rotated back, it makes sense. But if they get a good clear here, we could see an offensive opportunity come to fruition. They find it, but the rotation from Preston was perfect. The elevation from Dirtho was not.
Anthem, I like that softer touch. In fact, he might have a dribble, maybe a delayed flick. Dirtho is there for him. Alter could not catch up for the demo, so now here comes Boise. Woozy, the diagonal flip, the pop over 1. Dirtho is cherry picking, and he will collect a bounty wide open coast to coast.
The pop. It looked like Preston came in just to play disruption, and then unfortunately you're the only defender. You've got 2 options. One, go for the car, go for the ball, but either way getting involved, trying the best you can, but no one's left behind you, and it's a guaranteed goal at that point as we go off of kickoff. Ball was already attempted shot coming in from the Broncos. Sun Devils are going to cross midfield stripe. They have give and go opportunity. There's only one person pressuring. It's Dirtho. Woozy's rotated to the outside post. The backboard defense from Preston is strong. The pop to Woozy, who loses possession, but it ends up with Dirtho anyway.
Even lands on it with that reset, so the catch almost continuing that air dribble, but instead it's going to go back out to the midfield because ASU is still scraping by on these defensive reads. Preston trying to stay creative, playing it to the corner, but going to be red. Alter gets the corner, but not the read. Dirtho middle, and Zippy pops back to mid, looking for bumps. I'm seeing Alter kind of chasing down boys in the midfield, which is causing the rotation to slow down somewhat. So the Broncos have to be dodging quite a lot of disruption. And I don't actually really mind that one. Oftentimes when a team is playing fast, they're playing rapid with the rotations. If you can throw a wrench into their well-laid plans, it forces the comms to get a bit more hesitant, and it forces a lot of these touches to be a lot less more assertive. And right now we can see with Boise trying to take kind of the out-of-the-box approach. It's not necessarily as smooth as Game 1 tended to be, but I suppose it doesn't matter when Dirtho is striking them cleanly from no angle at all.
We are at the halfway point, and they've solidified the 2-goal lead, but Arizona's been mounting a decent defense and getting ball control into the offensive, but they're not going far enough forward with it, and I do think, unfortunately, we kind of start to see it come out. There's a few demos onto ASU at the wrong moments for them, which were obviously just calculated from the Broncos as Woozy off kickoffs tries to just beam it down into the net. Doesn't work out. Second ball goes to Preston. Give and go to Woozy, who's going to try to dunk it down again as Preston, but the ball's just going to bounce right back up, go to mid, but Dirtho off the wall looking for an opportunity to set a teammate up to 50-50, favoring ASU, but the wall at midfield is currently being created by the Broncos.
Anthem looking like he might have an issue with his controller cord right now, as unfortunately his ping is fine, but right now the ASU defense is not. They're holding on for dear life, trying to touch these reads forward. Dirtho is just going to oblige by letting it be a 2v2 as he continues to chain demos against the helpless Anthem. So I suppose we are going for a mid-match game mode change to see how a 2v2 will favor ASU.
I anticipated ASU taking the page out of the Broncos book and going for more of these demos, but it seems as though Dirtho says, I've done my due diligence, all of you have fun. Off the back of a demo on the keeper at the back post, somehow we have another goal that's accredited to Dirtho? Wait, no, okay, it was accredited to Preston, okay.
And so right now we have a little bit of an interesting aspect there where it looks like Anthem has been able to figure things out, so we will get this third goal in and be able to continue the second game through the series. Boise looking for a match point and looking like we're seeing somewhat of a rerun from game number 1 where it starts somewhat slow and then just quickly ramps up with every other attack.
Okay, my heart just stopped for a moment, but Preston's trying to mount another attack, touches the ball, doesn't get the right angle to give it to Woozy, and instead Dirtho will take the touch, centers it up. It's Preston currently off the wall, off the ceiling, is disrupted by some of the ASU players. Unfortunately, though, that means there's just 2 left in the net, and a 3-man attack from the Broncos does get thwarted. Now we're going to elevate, and it looks as though Preston read that offensive opportunity like a book. Goes for the flip reset, actually decides to just carry it down, faking out one, but the ball's pinched back towards the midfield stripe.
Alter steps in, and that is 2 players from Boise. Could be open on the pass. The bounce is actually perfectly placed, but Anthem was not anticipating it. You got to get to it fast. Maybe not that fast. Zippy also going to get swiped away by Dirtho. Preston going to dunk his own teammates, and Boise more or less just playing with their food in the final 30.
And there's another demo onto one of the ASU players. Zippy is gonna try and carry it forward, gets disrupted. It's at the midfield, and this is what I complimented them on. A lot of these times they're not overcommitting and they have a midfield presence, but off the top crossbar, Crossy coming in clutch and being the 4th player for the Broncos, unfortunately prevents a goal scoring opportunity. There's another one. Second ball goes to ASU, and Anthem will manage to find 1 goal. The gods do bleed, or in this case, the Broncos can bleed. So at least they get 1 goal in as there's no time left on the clock. Boise State will be at series point though, so Sun Devils probably feeling the heat a little bit as this is our last kickoff.
Well, if you live in Arizona, it's all you feel, so I'm sure they're used to it somewhat, but at least in the figurative sense. Yeah, it can be a tough time to be able to be in this series in this fashion where you feel like you're playing okay at times, but the issue is that most of the time you're just chasing the ball. You are having to react to everything that Boise's throwing at you, and believe me, there's not an unfamiliar feeling to majority of the Mountain West Conference, or really just everybody in the Western Conference across all of collegiate. Boise's very good at locking you in, making you feel helpless, going for demos. It's like they use every single tool in their disposal and really just inflict emotional trauma on you throughout every single series.
Yes, the emotional trauma aspect is very much so felt half the time, but I can tell you for a fact that if you start to tilt them, they're it makes it difficult for them to bring it back and fix their gameplay if you manage to do that. So if you're ASU, maybe start doing a little more demoing in game number 3 and pull this one back in your favor. And I also can say I was noticing back post rotations from the Broncos were coming out a little bit too late when they felt as though they really had an opportunity to score a goal, but at the end of the day, there's only 3 goals on that board. Yes, they took a lot of shots, but they are committing very heavily to those opportunities. And not every single time was I noticing all the resources missing on the field. So ASU definitely can, mount a comeback here and put on a forward attack if they just look for the overcommits from the Boise State team.
Yeah, and Boise is definitely a team that can be susceptible to that, mainly because they're a team that does record a lot of shots, at least within the CRL semesters in prior times for the collegiate scene. There's a lot of times where Boise does go just for a lot of shots, and some of them are not even actual genuine shots trying to really score. It's really just to throw it on target, force a player to dive on in, waste some boost, get a save, and then they're just waiting on that sidelines for the clear to come in just so they can force it right back. They generate a lot of offense. The shooting percentage might suffer because of it, but certainly they do get a lot lot of goals in the end, just because it is so hard for teams to manage, which is why I keep preaching that these teams need to focus on defense first. Even if it feels like you're turtling up, it's better than giving up at least something silly, and that one could have been dangerous, but a nice save from Alter, going to take it to the sideline, at least for now, up until Anthem carries it safely to the side.
Unfortunately, while in the air, they'll get pushed away from the ball and no one's in front of the net. Woozy will capitalize on the open goal and find it. I don't know if we'll be able to see it in this replay. We will not, but right as one of the ASU players got possession off the clear for the second ball, which is great, I don't think someone called in their headset, you know, you're getting pressured, because immediately they were smacked and their wings were clipped. And Broncos turned it around to find goal number 1 in 22 seconds.
We'll see Zippy tried and take it all the way across, and that's nowhere close, but it was getting dangerous as no one on Boise really wanted to commit to that. Sometimes you know it's off target, it's not the biggest deal. The thing is, you just need the follow-up as well. Dirtho can't provide a follow-up on offense, so it'll be Alter staying in front of it. Really just being a presence, forcing Woozy to take it all the way back to the corner. It's now Zippy from the sideline, goes for a double. Preston catches it up and over as Anthem tries to man mark this one, but it's hard to play catch up, and the ball's zipping left and right at laser speeds.
Well, Alter with no pressure decides to immediately chip it over to Anthem, but Anthem unfortunately pushed the ball too forward, and it's just turning a little bit into volleyball as we're watching. We have a pop up over towards the teammate. No, it was a fake, a giving. That was, I love the fake outs. It's like a pump fake in basketball. You don't really get to see that all the time. I'm not sure if this was calculated or it was, oh no, I actually missed it. And then the teammate who was managing to be rotated forward in that instance was there to make it, but I'm going to assume that was 100% calculated.
In the higher Grand Champ lobbies, I always assume it is calculated, because that is one of the best ways to get in a fake, is going right up to it and say, I don't know if I can get this, and even if I do, might get blocked. So as you jump, just say leaving, and you have the other person come on through. So right there, Boise is going to dive in on it, because you have to respect every single player going up for those shots. ASU with a foothold here, the best that they've done, being able to tie up after giving up the first goal. Now what can Zippy potentially do with it? He was trying to chase it down, but going to leave it for Anthem to then find Alter, who nearly beats out Dirtho, bonking him back instead. Oh my word.
An accidental pass to Dirtho, who then gives to Preston, results in goal number 2 for Boise State. We still have 3 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, mind you, so they are by far they are nowhere near securing this victory. ASU, 1 goal away with over 3 minutes, not even at halfway point. Definitely still in the cards for them to pull this back. So we go into the kickoff. We have Dirtho attempted to go in and try and find a demo, but realized that he too was going to get demoed in that moment and backed off.
It's sometimes fun to be able to go for some awkwardly unique kickoffs. It throws a wrench into well-laid plans from the other side. But so can just getting these annoying touches. As I mentioned, Woozy just half rotating, lets Preston comes in. He's going to cut back again to get in front of Anthem. And this is the cyclone that Boise gets you into sometimes. But fortunately for ASU, they actually give one up. And now Alter with a delayed flick. He's trying to go back post Preston. It was right at his face and still manages to channel that one into the sideline.
There was also a Bronco defense right behind them, so they had no choice but to go for the shot. It's still here in the blue half of the field. However, Preston will elevate and beat anyone from ASU to the ball. Tries to take the shot, can't find it. Follow-up touch instead goes to the wall, possibly looking for a centering opportunity. Instead ends up with Anthem. Anthem gets one touch. Anthem goes for the shot, but unfortunately gets saved at the last second on the ground, trying to shake things up. No high balls in the net, but it was red. Zippy now at the midfield with possession, immediately losing it over to a Bronco, but instead it's Alter trying to surmount an attack. This ball's dying down in the air near midfield stripe again.
Longer bounce, Zippy trying to stay at least somewhat near it, and this is actually what I do like from ASU. They're diving in, but they're also leaving plenty of space to build into and then get this defensive reads. Dirtho is then forced into the corner. Trying once more to keep the solo play alive. Alter combining with Zippy, now into Anthem. This is more like it. Open air dribble. Flip reset in the back pocket. The delayed hit, but Dirtho still able to channel that one to the side.
Dirtho goes for his own flip reset. Possible attempted flip over to Woozy as well. Does not work out. Preston's rotating to the midfield. Actually going into the back post position. Ball goes over Woozy. It hits Preston just in time. Woozy manages to get a touch, but we're not out of the woods yet if you're a Bronco fan. Ball's still in the defensive third here in the blue side of the field. Woozy trying to find a clear, but the boost, they're not responding because it's getting taken and then exhausted immediately by multiple players. Finally, we have a tee off from Dirtho to Woozy to allow Woozy to carry it across midfield stripe.
Not only that, but carries it all the way down. In fact, he carries it too well, because that's going to ricochet all the way down for Preston to have to hit it into reverse. get that play forward to Woozy to pass to middle to nobody. Woozy trying again. Maybe he'll just try it himself. Goes for the dunk. Zippy able to circumvent that first one. Anthem has to get past Preston, but he makes it so difficult. Preston with a deflection will keep it somewhat in Boise's control as Dirtho goes for another cut.
Dirtho lets the ball die down a little bit. Anthem tries to capitalize on the lack of speed. Manages to almost to get its alter. Is unsuccessful. There's a demo again onto the keeper, but the ball is not in a goal-scoring position, so Woozy's going for a reset. Will air dribble it. Loses possession, took too many touches. Double commit from Boise State. It's Preston with possession. Goes for a flip reset. Tries to give to Woozy, but it's interrupted again. Too much fancy footwork. You will get punished, Boise State.
Zippy, that's a bit heavy, but it also does bait in Preston somewhat. He will still be able to get in front of it. However, Dirtho will not. He's going to retreat. He does not trust his angle. Alter gets the handoff. Fakes underneath with a flick. No pressure. Takes a 50. Instead, deflects to Zippy. Another one into the midfield. Anthem has to get past a couple. He finds the outlet pass, but Zippy was on the backboard. The back pass. The chemistry from ASU isn't enough right at 0 seconds. Preston says not this time. Boise does complete the sweep, and they are the CECC Western Regional Champion.
Honestly, I felt like ASU was like really, it was this close to equalizing that game in their favor, but at the end of the day, it is going to go over to the Broncos. But I think the 3-0 definitely does not demonstrate how hard ASU played out during those 3 games and how much of a change we saw from game 1 to game 2. Like, the aerial challenges were there, and it made my heart very happy that that adjustment in the 1 minute that they got actually happened.
Yeah, and that's the thing about ASU. I mean, you slowly learn throughout the time that you play against teams like this how to somewhat adjust. You have conversations in between in those minutes to say, okay, how do we want to handle this one? We just got to calm down. Let's not stop freaking out, stop diving and everything. Just find something more cohesive. And I think they really did accomplish that. A 2-1 with a lot of shots. Their record high for that series and across prior series as well. So being able to do that, I think, is no small feat. Granted, they're going to have to find some alternative means of trying to find their way in, but it is a heck of an effort against one of the best teams in Collegiate Rocket League today.
Hopefully they'll get that second chance going through an LCQ, possibly. I'm not positive which conference they play for, but they can get a conference bid, theoretically. But LCQ is also in the cards for them. But to that, I say best of luck. ASU, you guys played very well today.
Yes, and fortunately, we do know that Boise has a great program behind them, but also they have great chairs. And if you would like to be able to get in on those chairs, we would like to remind you that the CECC West Regional Qualifier is brought to you by Zip Chair. I'm actually sitting in one right now, but it is the official gaming chair for the CECC. So if you could head over to zipchair.com to elevate your gaming chair today, you can play as well as Boise State. Slight asterisk, we cannot guarantee similar results, but it is worth a shot, and I can certainly vouch for it.
I don't have a Zip Chair. Maybe I'll go check that link out myself. But I think, Danger Taco, that's all we have, right? There's Super Smash coming up, a little bit delayed, maybe later?
Yes, absolutely. It is a little bit delayed because Overwatch took approximately 17 hours, and Rocket League will be a little bit speedier, but we do have Smash coming up a little bit later for a full Sunday evening and afternoon and night, and maybe even the next morning for esports action. We have Super Smash Bros. Coming up after this break, so please stay tuned right here to Esports U, and we'll see you next time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just went through 2 amazing series for us already today in CECC West action. But we have once again Super Smash Bros. On the docket, and we have once again our champions from last year stepping up to the plate today. My name is Upmind, and I'm joined here by none other than Soy for today's little crew battle here to decide who moves on to CECC Nationals.
Yeah, and this one's going to be a fun one. University of California Riverside up against San Jose State, a rematch of the winners final side. So this series should be a ton of fun and a ton of great players about to take to the stage.
Absolutely. And again, like I mentioned before, we've already had this team. We've already had one of these teams stepping up to the plate today, already have glory in our CECC regionals. And that, of course, being University of California Riverside. They come into today actually with, I want to say maybe a little bit of an adjusted roster from what we would have seen last year. But in all reality, we're looking at stacked huge rosters for both of these teams.
Yeah, a lot of depth to pull from both of these sides. So curious to see kind of what the lineups look like. Really not a lot of returning players, as you mentioned, I believe, from the side of University of Riverside or California Riverside. The big name that stuck out to us was Zane on that Wii Fit trainer, who was kind of slotted typically in the middle of the pack in terms of the lineup of the roster where they, opted to put players back and forth. So not the anchor of old, but a player that now has that experience, has been on the big stage. And for a couple of these players, it's going to be their first time in the spotlight, on the big stage here. This is going to be really interesting to see how these matches play out.
And ladies and gentlemen, if y'all have been enjoying today's CECC action, of course, we have plenty more for y'all in the following weeks. Just last Sunday, we had South Regionals going down, so keep tuning in here on the channel for even more action. But, of course, we wanted to thank our sponsor for today, our partner for today, and that is none other than ZipChair. Of course, the CECC West Regional Qualifier brought to you by ZipChair. ZipChair is the official gaming chair for us here at the CECC, and the only way that you guys can support them back as they're supporting us is to heading over to zipchair.com and to elevate your hold on here, let me see what they actually text out here, excuse me, for me to say. They want you to elevate your gaming chair today over at zipchair.com. Elevate your gaming chair today. So again, we are heading into this little bit of a weird format. If y'all have not tuned in to our Super Smash Bros. Ultimate crew battles, this is actually a best of 3 where there are 4 players on each team, and that best of 3 being best of 3 crew battles. So we will see all 4 players on each team play 3 times, or play at least 2 times, of course third if absolutely necessary. And I think the good news for us today, Soy, in terms of our bedtimes, no double elim.
Yeah, no double elim despite the bracket run. But these bracket runs for both these teams have been very interesting to watch. UCR, they come in as the proverbial favorite with their run from last season as the number 1 seed, but they had a first round bye. They 2-0 New Mexico in that following round, but they actually lost on the winner's side round to SJSU, and that one went the distance, went to round 3. So they're looking for vengeance here in grand finals.
And we're already getting it. Grand finals underway to decide which one of these 2 crews, which one of these 2 programs will be representing the Western region going into CECC finals action. Again, San Jose State, the blue team on your left side, UC Riverside, University of California Riverside on your right. And we're starting off here with Olego alongside Empty. Olego, to me, has been one of the more experienced players on this team, at least if you look in terms of their actual, their player statistics, their history. They've been really all over the place in terms of the local scene. But of course, on the other side, we have the Greninja in terms of Empty. What's the matchup looking like, you think, here, Soy?
Well, I'm really intrigued here. Oh my goodness, that back air nearly kills off the side, but the can will knock him back for a moment. You don't frequently see a lot of Duck Hunt players, and the ones that you do see are very proficient at the character here at the collegiate level. So we're going to see if Empty is ready for these combos, and right now they are not. Multiple times the Frisbee able to connect for some good damage here, so Empty going to have to be a bit trickier with their approach.
Yeah, no, Empty playing a lot more of a free-flowing character. one that you could definitely be able to react with a lot more than per se Duck Hunt. And Duck Hunt, of course, being almost completely that opposite. It's a very calculated character. It's someone that you need to be kind of 2 steps ahead, 3 steps ahead for you to be able to use their moveset correctly, to be able to use their moveset successfully. And Olego, of course, taking them off stage, being able to take them away, to take, Empty, taking away Olego, but Olego snaps him back instead.
Oh, that was perfect from Olego. I was about to compliment Empty for the way that he played so patiently on that edge guard to clean up that stock, but Olego senses the urgency and the change of tempo and gets the down air spike to rip that stock away and maintain that 1 stock lead.
It's all good now for Olego. 83% on his opponent. He has couple of... Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. I was about to say he has a couple of tools in his repertoire to go, but all he needs is an up smash. All he needs is to get up into Empty's face. In San Jose State, they start the crew battle in flying fashion.
Yeah, a fantastic start for San Jose State, and really interesting start too, right? Because leading off with a character like Duck Hunt is very much a just... Typically for these crew battles, you wonder how teams like to scheme it out. Is this player number 1 on their power rankings? Is this, player number 5 on their power rankings? Or do we want to try and go with something well-rounded? Feels like generally the case here. But San Jose State, Olego, just with smart recognition of seeing what Greninja, or Empty in this case, wanted to do and stuffing it out very, very frequently. Greninja, you think of the combos that they have, and very cleanly, right? It's, things like dash attack forward air, dash attack back air, so on and so forth. But it's mostly 1 or 2 hits, and they just could not string hits together in this sequence.
Yeah, no, the tough thing about that matchup too is that you're going to get a lot of trade opportunities, that is for the opponent of Greninja. Greninja, yeah, you are going to get a couple strings, you are going to get a couple pretty decent opportunities to be able to kill, but at the end of the day, Greninja is someone that is a little bit more disjointed. Those hitboxes are pretty gnarly, so whatever damage that you expect Greninja to do, that trade is coming back, if not even harder. Again, in that last matchup, we did have a little bit of a little bit of spark, a little bit of magic to it. Olego, of course, taking away that second stock, ending things where, we would have had potentially a little bit more competition from Empty, but now we move on. Like I said before, we had maybe a little bit more of a reactive, free, loose character in terms of Empty, or in terms of Greninja. Now, that meter gets cranked up to 100, because now we have one of the most free-flowing, one of the best freestyling characters in all of fighting games, period. It's Captain Falcon.
Yeah, and I have some, I guess, kind of ups and downs to this, because when it comes to Captain Falcon, in theory, this character should be able to get rid of Duck Hunt very, very quickly, right? The combos Captain Falcon has, the kill power that this character has, you can get some edge guards that it felt like, okay, maybe you found some windows against Olego in that opening round with the set against Empty. But on the flip side, this is Duck Hunt, who's played pretty good defensively, and you can still get trades, and you've got projectiles, which Falcon traditionally struggles against. So the question, as always, for Captain Falcon and JD here, how do you get in? How do you get to your combo starter? And can you land the combo to get to that finishing touch?
And mind you, for y'all who did miss out on the beginning of that last set, or the beginning of the last game, UC Riverside did start with a disadvantage. They did start with a stock down in the last game. That's why Olego is only down that 1 stock. He did only lose 1 stock, that is, in that last game. But at the end of the day, San Jose State with the advantage. They maintained the advantage. 11-9 scoreline. Olego on the edge already of this first stock in this game. JD, that was pretty much aiming for the hills, trying to bait out Olego into letting go of that shield. Back now into neutral. Olego, pretty much the same dynamic as the last game. Just a lot of trades happening right now.
You can trade your way to a lot of stocks here, and that just plays to San Jose State's advantage. What makes Duck Hunt really good in crew battles, right? If you have the lead, you can send in Duck Hunt, and the fact that they can kind of play this style means that every trade just goes to their benefit. Is nearly able to take a stock there to get a grab as well. They can't quite get the can. Oh, but the late hitbox there somehow didn't follow through in the forward air, but it was the jump that actually got caught instead. What a play from Olego.
Yeah, you love to see that. Again, you do need to see all of that spark from Olego for these kills. Of course not, but he's making this one look entertaining to say the very least. JD himself, though, does get a little bit of a highlight, does get the down there, does get the spike right through the ledge, but that's expected. Olego kind of held on for just a little bit too long. Olego, however, loses out on only his second stock of this series so far for San Jose State. JD rolls in, gets grabbed. Olego, I don't know what he was attempting there with that F smash, but that would have been an incredible read. However, now JD, he's up against the ropes, but he could still maintain a 2 stock.
This is where things can also get kind of scary here because JD's sitting at around 70, 80, now 90%, starting to build up rage. But luckily, Olego's been pretty clean about taking stocks here for San Jose State. But now, Falcon with rage, you look for 1 or 2 of those openings. I mean, JD, after showing off that down air attempt, not shy of searching for early kill moves. There tried to go for knee again, went for the up smash, but the can actually blocked him out. Falcon kick will knock Duck Hunt away. Olego looking for a way to land, and he cannot. Up smash will do it, and down goes the first member of the Spartan.
The percentage there at the end for Olego, too, was a little bit worried that it might not kill, but JD gets a nice smack on him at the very end with the up smash. And JD, he needed that performance for his team to stay in this, for his team to already at least go tit for tat here in game number 1. And there you go. JD still maintaining 2 stocks coming out of that. Impressive to say the least. But yeah, again, you got to give it up to Olego. You could see the strategy was working out for a decent bit, but at the end of the day, you need to get the kills.
Yeah, solid performance from Olego to maintain the lead here for San Jose State, but JD able to shut them down is big. And, you know, I think back to that, the fact that, hey, UC Riverside start down a stock because of, you know, the previous portion of the bracket. And in a match that was so close on that winner's side run, it means that those stocks really matter. And so Olego, the fact that they're able to maintain that lead, just kind of, you know, keep the momentum going for San Jose State feels very positive for them. But the last thing you want to do is give a Captain Falcon player momentum. And JD with that up smash feels like they're starting to grab a little bit of that.
Yeah, exactly that. So JD heating up a little tiny bit there in that last game. We don't exactly know who's up to the plate just yet, but again, just looking back on that performance, I did actually expect Olego to be able to take away that second stock. You kind of do have to give it up to JD a little bit for actually kind of stepping it up a bit in that third stock, playing a little bit safer than he was earlier on in that game.
Yeah, JD, I mean, after dropping that first stock to the can and then going down, 90 to, I think, about 30, 40-ish% or so, with the way they were trending, Olego looked like they were going to clean things up. But at the end of the day, like I said, Falcon with a little bit of rage, all of a sudden, there's a lot of kill power in that kit.
Yeah,
Every smash attack, back air, the knee that he tried to go for, even the down air, spike hitbox or not, that move can kill relatively early. So able to sneak out that up smash and catching Olego's landings too, because Olego had been pretty good about just landing in general, hadn't really been knocked up high all that frequently, had been pretty good about recovering low and getting around hitboxes, but there in that series had been pretty elusive for the most part. But the one time he catches him is in the red percents.
Yeah, no, I don't think you can really blame Olego for what happened in that game, purely because I didn't really see that guy get comboed. I didn't really see him get stringed all that much. Like you said, really good at getting landings, really good at least getting some decent DI and being able to at least leave the combos to at least just the one hit. Again, we did see the setup a little bit earlier on with that knee. It was a close attempt from JD, but again, we move on a little bit here. JD looking good going into this next game, but we do finally have our next opponent stepping up to the plate. I'm looking here at the lineup here for San Jose State, seeing some of the potential that we may have for our lineups going forward. If I'm not mistaken, they still have Sonam on their lineup. He should be their captain. Stepping up as a Link. I don't know if that would be the matchup to go for right now, but that is exactly what we're getting right now. We are getting Sonam. We are getting the captain stepping up to the plate here for San Jose State University. So Link versus a Captain Falcon. This could be a little bit annoying for the Falcon, but if the Falcon can close in the space, this might be a long day for San Jose.
Yeah, this feels very pendulum-esque, right? It either swings heavily one way or heavily the other, I feel like. JD either gets in, gets the combos, and takes the stocks off of a very tall Link, or Link is able to keep him out with the range of projectiles, and even with the sword, too, just outspace JD and shut down the rushdown of the Falcon. One of those two playstyles is about to come into effect here on Kalos.
Okay, Sonem already starts off with a bit of a cheeky little throw out there in terms of the ability, but okay, JD still actually just rolling around just fine. We return back over towards neutral as we are focusing up here on our third game of this series. So Nem just playing around a little bit, might actually just be aiming for a quick nair real quick, but with that bomb there in the middle, just kind of being that consistent threat, you can tell that JD is starting to multitask a little bit.
Yeah, gotta really manage everything, right? You gotta remember all the angles of the boomerang. Where's the bomb being placed? Is he going for an arrow afterwards? There's a lot to try and keep track of here. Sonam, who tried to get cheeky with that up B, right? Reversing it the other way, just in case JD didn't have his shield up, it might scoop and knock him outside there, but unable to do so as that up smash nearly kills. And the chase down bomb into up smash. JD says, I don't care about where you are going. I will find you and land this up smash.
I mean, you know what's worse than one kick to the face? 2 kicks to the face. I mean, come on, right? JD smacking Sonam, and Sonam, he wants his revenge right on top of him already, pressuring out with the bomb, and ends up getting it with the up smash. However, not enough, or with a up B, but not enough for the kill. Here comes JD. JD knocking Sonam out of the shield with the up B. Sonam! You can't be re-grabbing against JD, but he somehow makes it back. Super close situation there where UC Riverside was looking down the barrel of a lead.
I mean, JD is at 144, and he is playing with zero fear. He gets his combo, he knocks Sonam all the way across the stage. Now he's got to grab here, that up throw, won't be able to kill JD quite yet, still able to survive. He is not afraid of any of these small hitboxes. He knows anything that's going to kill has to be very committal, really, so he can just afford to play the punish game. He gets nared instead, and all the way across the stage, it will take the stock, but already 86% onto Sodam.
And JD, however, oh my goodness, getting stacked all the way up to 45%. Sonam dragging him all the way to the other side of the stage, and yet another little chip. That nair has been such a pain in the butt for JD so far in this game, and Sonam is just making it known that he still has this lead, that he's holding on to this second stock. There goes the down smash, but no punishment coming in from Sonam. Sonam playing a little bit with JD, but needs to get back into neutral. Bomb on the ledge, but Sonam does get the combo up on JD, up smash, gets him to 99%. Sonam is only one step away from maintaining a lead here for San Jose!
I'm in shock. What a play from Sonam. Are you kidding me? He had to detonate the bomb first and then pull it out again. The bomb was on the other side of the stage, and then he was able to still get the play off in time, get the tech, and then the reverse up B from earlier. He hadn't landed it, but he still was able to turn it around and somehow catch JD and eliminate that stock off the board. That was ESPN highlight reel from Sonam.
I mean, very simply put, there's a reason why this man is our captain here. Oh, captain, my captain, Sonam steps up to the plate right when his team was kind of on the brink. JD, our most dangerous player yet so far in this crew battle, and he was looking so damn good in the middle of that game. Sonam needed to pull everything out of his pocket. I mean, the man was kind of dash dancing just a little bit in the middle of that game too. You could see the mechanics starting to roll a bit for JD, and it all comes to a head, or excuse me, for Sonam, and it all came to a head at the very end of the game. Well done. Well done. Nice little golf clap for you, Sonam. Good, nice little play.
And most importantly, he holds on to the stock. If he drops that stock, all of a sudden it's back to a one stock lead, and you think, okay, one stock, UC Riverside's got the counter pick here on their next player. Surely this game goes back to even. But instead, now that stock resets back to 0. Now you've got to find a way to play against this Link, and you get a very different counter pick in the Meta Knight coming out for round 3.
Meta Knight coming in, and if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be in the hands of Films. Yes, it is. Films stepping up to the plate with the Meta Knight, and all right, now we got swords. Now we have a little bit of slicing and dicing, some slashing and dashing here, where it's going to be, again, if we didn't think that before our battles were a little bit close combat, now it's going to be exactly that. Films, I mean, on Meta Knight, you do not have a lot of moves where you can close in space. Sonam may have a ball of a day here with projectiles.
Yeah, this is going to be rough on paper for Films to try and get in, but Meta Knight is one of those touch of death characters. They've got that combo that once you get a dash attack, or I believe it's grabbing a dash attack, that you can string together up airs or down airs even and get kills off the side very frequently. But can they find those openings? Good read here. They land the up airs, and here's the string. They get the platform extension too. Is this it? Oh, the last one, he's able to air dodge out of it. Thought he pulled the trigger early on that move right there, the neutral B. That's got a lot of knockback to the sides, but instead, he's able to just barely escape. Wanted one more. And Sonam forcing the bomb recovery early.
That was honestly incredible for Sonam. And Sonam calls out the teleport from Films. Pulls out the Nair immediately too. Sonam on top of his game right now, but so is Films. Both of these teams have a bit of a powerhouse representing them at the moment. Sonam overwhelming Films a little bit in terms of the projectiles, but he's not able to actually get hit. Films still dashing away, dashing inside, trying to get into the space of Sonam, but Sonam now with a little bit of space now can just throw out the projectiles once again. And again, this is the problem that we mentioned. Meta Knight just cannot get in a traditional sense.
Defense, 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 and that up air lingering will do the trick there to take stock one off the board. Tries to go for the up B, and even that, kind of an inside hitbox, not enough knockback to be able to take that stock. Got knocked away by the bomb there, just bouncing, actually intercepted that up B usage. This is a grab platform, up throw. Link's heavier though, should be able to survive, able to get back to the ledge as well, and constantly using that up B away, just checking, making sure that players at the ledge have their shield up, tries to neutral air in, but again, still cannot find a way to take the stock. The back air should help.
You gotta be kidding
again,
me.
But he's too fast to track down.
No, this bomb play from Sonam is actually ridiculous. Well done, Sonam. Staying very evasive, to say the very least. Staying away from Films, or at least getting himself back into safe neutral position, utilizing that bomb, giving himself a second chance on on this second stock. Sonam only now reaching that last stock of his. The Films is looking to close it out right here, right now. 83%, still yet another up B gets taken on. Sonam still low on that first stock, and he has full neutral control, but he opts to stay close to the ledge. He doesn't opt to go for the projectiles just yet. In Films, he may have found a gap to potentially get a little bit more HP off the board, a little bit more percent, but it's not the strings that we expect.
Ooh, catches a landing with a forward smash, though. This could be big. Another bomb recovery, and then immediately fast following with the down air. Love the way Sonam has been able to consistently recover off of the bomb usage. He'll drop it down low, but again, be able to make it back as Films using both specials, really, in order to recover. Can't intercept that recovery again. Went for the down B, but unable to track it down quite yet. Trying to land. Does not land again. Is this an up throw? Is that the stock? Yes, it is. Meta Knight is very light, and that move's got a ton of knockback, and that's stock number 2 off the board.
And that's a major W there for Sonam. San Jose State standing on top now with just that one kill alone, and they have a lot more extra credit to go for. Films getting knocked around a little bit, but now Sonam. Okay, all right. He can't be perfect this whole time. He's got to make a mistake at some point. Sonam does end up finally going down, but the lead is maintained for San Jose.
I think that last interaction's a little funny because we've been talking about how good Sonam has been on that bomb recovery, using it very, very consistently. Yeah. And in that moment, Films grabs the bomb, and you're thinking about how he's going to use it to edge guard Sonam, and then all of a sudden he realizes, wait, he's too far away here. There's no way for him to make it back. If I just hold this is a W. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, Sonam disappears, and just like that, member number 2 of San Jose State is off the board.
This is my bomb now. This is mine now. No, that's awesome. No, finally, they what was a menace, a pain in the side of Films throughout that entire game, actually ended up helping him basically on that last stock. But Jeez, you got to give it up to that extra credit, though. That is a lot of stocks being taken away from UC Riverside. And the next representative here for San Jose State University could possibly be our last representative here that we see for this team. All he's got to do is get rid of one stock, and he has an even just first to 3 stocks in the next game, and it's going to be none other than Machu. One interesting thing here for San Jose State University, all the players that may have, the most experience, quote unquote, all the players who have started this game, Olego, Sonam, and Machu, all players that have showed up locally, regionally, and they're the ones that are representing this team up first.
Yeah, and that experience, I mean, this is what it translates to, right? You build up that experience for moments like this on the big stage, trying to qualify, and right now, looking pretty good, right? They've still got a player in the back pocket. They got 3 stocks here on Machu, likely playing the Wolf here. I do worry because Wolf is in that kind of weight class that Mennonite can potentially take advantage of, right? You get those strings of up airs like we saw early in that game, and you can... It's easier, in fact, I think, to try and read that DI if they're going to air dodge out or not in that type of situation that Sonam was able to escape. So we'll see if Machu's defense is on par to that of Sonam's, or if Films can find those windows, find those opportunities.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of tough, but I mean, there's a lot of room for cheese here. I mean, the recovery from Wolf is a little bit linear, and if there's ever a character that is able to ledge guard, that is able to take advantage of that immediate ledge, it is a little character like Meta Knight that can be a little bit of a pain in the side of a character like Wolf. So again, a couple of factors may be going right here for UC Riverside for a big comeback coming up, but it's got to come down to this. Machu, if he's able to take away this one stock from Films, I mean, we're looking at a 6-3 deficit for the last representative of UC Riverside. Or instead, Films needs to do it all. It's all on Films here.
We'll have to see. We go back to PS2 here for this one. Films on the Meta Knight. Again, a lot of moves in Meta Knight's kit are built to kind of move you across the stage, east to west or west to east, depending on the direction that you're going. So there's a lot of those types of moves, and the way that Wolf likes to recover, outside of that side B, that up B does not have a ton of distance. So you get a good read on when he's going to recover like that. I mean, this could quickly turn on its head. So Machu's got to be on point, and that seemed dangerous at the start, but he's able to make it back.
Yeah, again, we're going to have to see some incredible plays come out from Films. We're going to have to see those strings. We're going to have to see those big ledge defenses from Films. But again, Machu not getting knocked around whatsoever. No starters being placed up by Films. Instead, it's pretty much dominance here. Just simple play and neutral here by Machu, keeping it grounded. Films with a couple of nairs, but again, with no projectiles and such a quick neutral B that comes out from Wolf. Machu right now chilling.
The laser just being a menace. Dash attack nearly kills off the top 2 at 119. And that back air will do the trick.
Wow.
Machu cleans up the final stock. And just like that, it's a 6-3 stock lead.
I mean, this was worst case scenario here for UC Riverside, but this is a dream for San Jose State University. They start off perfect there with Machu taking away that one stock that he needed. 20%, only just about 20% being taken away from him in that game. And very simply put, the one condition that we put on that win was just going to be those combo starters, was going to be those threads. And unfortunately, we just couldn't see anything from Films there.
Yeah, could not find a clean way in, and part of it is with a character like Meta Knight, if you're going for that combo, it is to a degree a little telegraphed. You want the dash attack,
Absolutely.
You want to catch them on a platform with the up airs. So every kind of player is aware of that, and you know what they're looking for. So as long as you can kind of avoid those situations, or at least trade for something else there, you're going to get out of it more frequently than not. And Wolf has that ability when you've got such strong aerials like that Wolf has. Even tilts out of shield, right? Forward tilt, down
very
tilt.
fast. Yeah, that's why he was considered one of the best characters at the beginning of the game.
Mm-hmm. And so it just made it very difficult for Films to get any strings going. And so I think part of it too, Films using a lot of the specials to recover, which feels like a duh commentary type move. But I mean, on the other hand, you use things like down B to try and get in. And there are moments where it feels like, okay, Films is reaching a little bit for something, knowing that he needs to get something out of it, but I feel like he's just flipping that switch too quickly.
Yeah, no, again, you can kind of feel the pressure. It is sort of that moment where, you know, again, you're playing a cheesy character. You're in a moment where you need to get cheese kills. You can kind of see where you start to kind of flip through the repertoire a little bit, kind of flip through the strap book a little bit, and you start to kind of fumble the pages. So, okay, it happens, Mr. Films. But speaking of swinging for the fences, we have none other than Luigi stepping up to the plate. Willow representing UC Riverside for potentially this last game, or this last game here of this first game of the best of 3.
We'll have to see. I mean, Luigi, everyone knows the combo, right? You get that one grab and it is likely your demise, especially at these low percents. But here, around 81, things start to get a little tricky. Luigi does have kill options, but there's an odd window of percents where things won't really kill or combo, and that's where where Machu can potentially find his window back. At 107, you do have to be a little careful, but
that's huge.
Oh, that's the tornado. Still not going to be able to kill quite yet, though. Machu, parried instead, was looking for a panic roll, never found it, but Willow, you can tell that they are starting to hunt for this kill.
Yeah, but Willow needs to do a whole lot more. Again, there's still another player for San Jose waiting in the wings, while Willow is the only representative left here for UC Riverside. That's a decent way to start things off. 83%, 93% now on Willow, but he does have the stock up on Machu, trying to maintain a little bit of distance, but Machu is just taking this time now just to maintain a little bit more damage, just get a little bit more chip damage off the laser.
Slowing down the pace of the game. When you've got a character who can zero to death you do not want to go rushing into any decisions, and that's what Machu is doing here, right? Patiently. Right. Even if they get chipped away at here, they've got the lead. They don't need to risk anything. And the last thing you want on a player like Willow is some momentum headed into that final match.
No, Willow right now, he's got his lawn chair out. He's got his cocktail out. No, this man is chilling right now. He has full control in neutral. Machu is the one that needs to interact right now, and Willow does not care. Well done from Willow once again. Yet another trap. Could only get a back air on, but that's more than enough just to keep Machu over towards ledge, and more importantly, at 101%, a solid kill percent here for really any character, of course, but Luigi barely on the edge, actually. If he didn't get that dash attack right on the ledge, I don't think that one would have killed. But Willow thanking his lucky stars, and he may be pulling off the clutch performance that San Jose State needs.
This is everything here. Willow gets the grab. It's low percents. Down air, nair, down air, back air. Goes for dash attack there at the end. So a quick 60 racked up, but that was very, very dangerous for Machu.
And now it's all Willow dancing a little bit, dancing in and out of the hitbox of Machu, but Machu finally gets a stock down. Up smash is the one that takes it, but Willow now just needs to stop the bleeding. He's gonna face this last player potentially with 2 stocks, but not if Machu has something to say about it. Machu with a back air in, but there goes Willow with yet another dash attack. Willow once again stoic at the ledge, but Machu now with an opening. Here comes Machu's string. Not gonna be able to hit the dash attack. Willow almost not able to make it back to the ledge. Instead now Willow still looking for that home run hit.
Tried to grab up smash, nearly killed that time. Gotta be very careful here if you're Machu, if you want to try and get that little bit more. 32% on this Luigi, but they trade, and that's gonna be the end of Machu, and Willow holds on with 2 stocks.
Willow, Willow, Willow. That is everything that UC Riverside needed. And Willow now steps into the last game, to the last representative of San Jose State University, down only a singular stock. It's back down to square one. We started this set at 3 stocks to 2, and now Willow has an opportunity to potentially repeat this last performance. And, I mean, this is a massive comeback. This is all on Willow. Can you imagine the vibes inside that, inside the training room now for UCR?
Yeah, and it's about as good as it was really going to get there for UCR, right? When you enter into a matchup like that, Willow gets a good early stock there without taking too much. And even though he drops a stock, you're going up against 3 of Machu. So felt like one was going to be due eventually. But now you get to see that last member. You still have that ability to get your 0 to deaths potentially. This is very winnable for UCR despite being down a stock.
Yeah, the one advantage that we're gonna have in this next contest, in this next match, is gonna be the fact that we are looking at such a big sword for our opponent, for the Luigi, for Willow. The space is gonna be a little bit harder to take. I want to say that Gustav's gonna have a little bit easier of a time being able to react with a Shulk. But at the end of the day, Willow did such a good job with the strings. All he needs is one hit, and he'll be able to take up a whole lot of damage, be able to get that extra credit. But again, all he needs is that entry. All he needs is one chance. All he needs is one stock, if anything, because we only saw one stock be taken away in that last game. It's 3 stocks to 2. It's all on Willow to see if UC Riverside can pull away this first game.
Gustav entering on the Shulk here, and like you said, that range advantage is everything. Willow is actually doing a very good job of trading late in that series, right? Nairs, back airs trading, but here's that early combo game. Shield Art gonna help bail them out of that combo, and that's gonna be a huge aspect for Gustav. Not only the cycling of the different arts, but having Shield Art to get out of combos and get out of potential kill options at those high percents is gonna be everything for the Shulk.
No, it's a rare advantage to see a character with that sort of ability. And Gustav, you saw the flash of shield. He wanted to get out of the trap from Willow, but it's Willow's world, and you're just living in it. We're back down to 2 stocks to 2. We're back down to a percentage tie, 59 to 50. Willow has brought this game all the way back. Gustav up against the ropes, not able to take away the stock. Willow has Gustav at 98%. UC Riverside have the lead.
These mistechs from Gustav are everything. Willow is all over him, looking for any opportunity, but now Smash Art Online, an opportunity for Gustav to even things back up in terms of stocks taken. Looking for the opening, will find the back air there, and the run off forward air, and unless this is a misfire, Willow is likely gone.
Unbelievable.
No, he's able to make it back still, had his jump remaining, held it for so long, and the reversal, is that a dead Shulk? No, with jump art, he's able to make it back.
Gustav runs right into the diamond dome of Willow, and now Willow one more stock away from pulling off the 6 stocks to 3 comeback, but he needs to complete, he needs to make it over that one last step. Gustav 13% now, it's just a little bit of a chip, but he's the one with control. Gustav, we already saw his offstage antics in the last stock. Can he pull it off again? Willow coming in. Gustav not going for a swing. Willow back safe. 150. Luigi with rage is something incredibly dangerous. Is something extremely scary to deal with. And Gustav sweating, shaking in his boots, trying to get this kill away, trying to take away this second stock from Willow. But Willow in his face, forcing Gustav to move, forcing Gustav to react, forcing him to swing for the hills. But Willow doesn't take his shot at the kill shot. Instead, Gustav still alive. This game continues.
Looking for an opening, still is Gustav. Oh wow, falls out of the upbeat again. Dash attack to knock him away. Speed to try and mix up the pace of things. Still looking for that opening. Has to get rid of this stock here, but just great defense from Willow, positioning himself perfectly and using the spacing, the range to his advantage. Able to get around there, looking for a downer, maybe to try and catch out a jump, but unfortunately gets caught by the Nair this time. Another edge guard situation.
Patience.
Gustav cannot find these falling forward airs to catch Willow. Eventually he will find him on the ledge, but it's a full 70% lead now for Willow.
Gustav, he has this situation read correctly. You saw that situation at the ledge, off stage. Gustav almost able to counteract Willow, but Willow himself almost serves a pizza on the platter, but not able to complete the movement, not able to get the down smash in, or the F smash in, but here comes Willow, still at 21. There goes the down tilt again, but Gustav still not able to get killed. Willow not able to close it out, but now Gustav up against the ropes. One more hit will do it. Willow just looking to complete the comeback, but now Willow is the one that's getting a little bit more nervy. 135 for Gustav, 142 for Gustav. He still has the jump. The uppy barely doesn't make it, and Gustav is gone. Willow takes him away from 6 stocks to 3. Willow drags UC Riverside through game number 1.
UC Riverside refused to die. Willow held on to that stock for so long, got so much extra damage, found the aerial to knock Shulk off stage, and Gustav had his jump caught out, no jump available, has to use jump art, and eventually the clock will tick away on that, and it was rinse repeat for Willow to get the W.
Again, let me remind y'all, Willow was down 6 stocks to 3. He had to face a fresh Machu, a fresh Gustav. He had to face Gustav down 2 stocks. He only dropped a single stock there against Gustav. And as much as Gustav's name is very similar to mine, being good old Gustavo, I still feel bad for my good old friend here because, yeah, you gotta give it up. You gotta give credit to our boy Willow. Again, I cannot imagine how the vibes are, how the energy in the room is right now for University of California, Riverside. Again, they might have came into this, maybe thinking that this one might be a cakewalk. They are champions coming in from last year. Their path to Texas was made a little bit tougher, but man, what a game.
And remember, they started down a stock this series. San Jose State had that 1 stock advantage. And even at the end, they come in with that extra stock advantage. And Gustav just seemingly unable to find an opening. In a matchup where you saw there were plenty of openings. If any of those forward air edge guards actually land, all of a sudden that stock is gone, forfeit, it's over. But instead, the Willow, with the patience and the recognition of the spacing there, to knowing how long he can truly hold out for. 9 times out of 10 in that situation, you jump. The moment you see Shulk dip down, you think, oh, maybe I can get over top of him. And that's how you get caught. That's how the forward air connects, and that's how you lose your stock. But Willow says patience, patience, and then holds on to that double jump until the very last moment to sneak back on stage. And that was really what applied through really all of UCR. The defense on this squad was something else to watch.
Yeah, again, just what an incredible performance from Willow. Willow was pressuring his opponent out pretty much the entire time. Just the fact that he was using the fireball so much to get that Shulk into close range, to force him into attacking first. Again, we talked about that brick wall mentality, and that's exactly what we saw in that last game from Willow. Willow, that defensive brick wall, holds down neutral, holds down UCR for game number 1, but we are not done by any means. It still is a best of 3. We still have game number 2 starting right now with Olego facing off versus Films, Duck Hunt versus Meta Knight to kick off our second game. Will there actually be the stock advantage? Yes, there is. So like we said before, with the fact that San Jose State is the team coming in from the upper side of the bracket, UC Riverside gives up 1 stock, and we're off to the races.
And we'll have to see here. It's interesting, too, when you're starting off down a stock, right? That means one of your players only gets 2 stocks, whereas the rest of them get 3. Which means that where do you want to forfeit that stock to? And they end up giving it to Films here because of the potential of this character to be able to get stocks off the board. However, we said this about the first set, Olego and the defense that they played, and the fact that they can get so many trades. This feels very rough for Films right off the bat.
Yeah, Films legitimately getting smacked around right now. Olego hasn't even been scraped just yet, but finally Films goes in with a dash attack of all things. And that's the little combo starter for him, Diego, excuse me. It really looks like Diego when you're looking at it from a far off way, but it's Olego. Olego does take on a little bit of a hit, but it's no more than just a scrape. Films still down to 133. This is good now, though, for Films. Films now at 147. The kill potential is there with the rage, but Olego does take him away.
I'm actually kind of surprised that back air didn't get like a sour spot. He got the sweet spot there, and it still was able to kill all the way from really center stage.
It was very awkward. Yeah, extremely.
And able to connect it, take that stock off the board, so Films Now down 2 stocks here to Olego, looking for a way to battle back here. Oh, another trade there at the last second. You'd think the back airs would do the trick, but instead it leads to another potential edge guard here for Olego. They get the can set up, shooter is out, but the up air doesn't find the mark here. Films looking for an opening. They sneak underneath with the dash attack, and there's the opening they've been searching for. The last second of that dash attack into the up B takes down the stock.
Okay, Films, that's at least something there in the win there for UC Riverside, but still a lot more work to do as Olego, again, both of these characters being very, very, very stringy, to say the very least. They're gonna take you for a ride if they can afford to, that is. Here comes Olego, taking Films all the way up to 112 off of basically 2 or 3 combos, but this is now Films who needs to catch back up. Films, 1 stock down on Olego. This is a crew battle at the end of the day. If Films is just able to get 1 stock off of this, mission accomplished at the end of the day. But still, Films getting knocked around by Olego.
It just feels like every opening Films tries to go for, he only finds shield. And if he tries to get a grab, he's worried about the can coming back to haunt him. So every little interaction just feels like he's got to take an extra second, but that landing was everything. A charged up forward smash catches the air dodge, and just like that, it's a tied stock count.
I mean, when you're swinging for the hills, you're really hoping for good contact like that, and Films got all of it. Olego getting knocked away, down now to his last stock. Films not allowing Olego the glory that Olego started with in the last set, in the last game. Olego, he may still be able to take this one away, as he does with an explosive finish over Films, but you gotta give it up to Films for making that one as close as it was.
That forward smash was really everything to bring it back in close, and it almost looked dangerous there at the end. Some risky recoveries from Films, but he had to. There was no other option. The can chased him down. The shooter was on the ledge, ready for anything on the platform. He has to down be in, but the recognition to instantly go for that dash attack, catch Olego, and then try and follow up with the up air to get that combo string going. If he lands that, it's a whole nother game, but it's Duck Hunt. That neutral B comes out instantly, and the fact that it almost killed earlier just means that it's even closer to killing now, and it takes that stock off the board. It means that San Jose State are in the lead.
Yeah, no, again, you got to give it up still to Olego and the fact that he did get so many opportunities early on for those strings. That second stock was gone in an instant. So, again, you still got to look on the fact that both of these guys, both of them were just searching for combo starters. The first stock, yeah, being taken away almost completely by Olego, but Films was swinging for the fences. You saw the dash attack attempts. You did see a couple down tilts still at his high percentage. But again, when you're going down to a matchup like that, it's pretty much a back and forth stock type situation. Whoever wins basically the first minute of that set or the first minute of that game is the guy who wins the rest of that set. Olego, or the rest of that game, that is. Olego does move on, though. He does move on with only 1 stock, that is. You have to give it up for the fact that Films was able to take away that second stock and still make this one relatively easy. But JD needs to take away this stock to keep Riverside in this game.
So far, eating a ton of percent. That air dodge to get around that forward smash, again, massive, as Olego is looking to try and take that stock very quickly, looking for another combo starter. These multi-hits not helping, as JD, I think, actually ended up falling out of that last one. But how does he find an opening here? He can dance around these platforms, but you can see even Olego has a plan for them. And that last hit of forward smash just barely catches Captain Falcon, and down goes JD's first stock.
Well, there's Olego's now. His little hint of magic, his little hint of luck, basically, because, yeah, in that last game, he did get a little bit slighted by that F smash, and now he himself gets a side smash that ends up going totally his way. But JD now, JD, this is not the type of situation you want to be in, JD. This is a little bit tougher of a matchup for you to get in. JD, he's not able to actually find any solid hits either. He's going really for the big one. He's going for the big hits. He went for a run up B, and now not exactly able to either find the knee, not able to find a back air onto Olego. JD not able to get in right now.
Yeah, these platforms actually making it rather difficult for him to get in, because while you would think he can dance around the platforms, get around some projectiles, it means that Olego, with the speed that Duck Hunt has, it's just enough for him to also be able to play keep away, run away from a couple of these quick burst options that you might think JD could go for. And now he's got control of center stage, has to air dodge in. Oh, he went for down smash there, I believe, but the back hit doesn't come out in time, and JD shuts down the opening member of the Spartans.
Yeah, thankfully JD was able to take it away at the very end, but even that last move right there, if Olego had done the down smash in the different direction, he might have actually been able to catch that the final move there, the little flying kicks. So, yeah, not gonna lie. Well, a little bit scrappy to say the very least that last game. JD kind of wiping some sweat off the forehead there, and moving on here in our set. This is where we could kind of lab out a little bit who we want to see in terms of opponent. Who do you want to see for San Jose?
Well, San Jose, I mean, it's odd because usually a crew off of winning a crew battle doesn't typically change up their lineup, but you see Riverside opted to lead with Films this time, and last time we saw San Jose State counterpick the Falcon by going with Link, and it worked out really well. Sodom got a ton of stocks off the board. I think I was going to say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it here for San Jose State. Go back to him. But they've opted to go the other way here. I think they're going to say, hey, Sodom was playing so well in the middle of that series. Let's see if we can leave him as more of an anchor for round 2 here. And let's send in Machu to deal with the Captain Falcon.
Yeah, I mean, that's honestly sound logic, because we are going to be dealing with a Greninja a little bit later on. We are still, of course, going to have to deal with the Magic Luigi himself, but it's a little bit easier for you to deal with there if you're Link. It's a little bit more advantageous, to say the very least. Yes, Greninja does have some projectiles, but they're a little bit more telegraphed than usual. Link can kind of keep its distance a little bit and be able to react a little bit better in matchups like that. So this matchup here, Wolf versus Captain Falcon, is this the better matchup that San Jose wanted? Will they get the advantage that they want? Let's see here. Machu has already the stock advantage coming in from that last game. JD, we haven't seen the best of looks from him just yet, but this is his moment to shine.
See what he can find here. Tries to go for the early combos. These both characters can quickly rack up damage with the combo starters if they are able to find them. You see the jabs come out from JD, just looking for an opening. Both very tentative through the start here, but also playing very close quarters. Another forward tilt will knock Machu off stage. Side B recovery, caught with the dash attack. Tried to read an air dodge in with that up smash. Unable to find it that time around, but both kind of dancing around the shield, and it's JD winning these shield scrambles.
And still JD facing a character like Wolf. It's a little bit easier for you to get caught on, a lot faster aerials. JD does become victim to it real quickly, but does get away from it. There goes the fair out from Machu. JD still able to roll back in and able to knock Machu away, back off to the ledge. There goes JD, finally getting a little bit more confident now, and this time actually slipping away a kill onto Machu, and a pretty nice way to do so, actually. Barely getting in that hit before Machu went past the ledge.
We saw this a little bit in the previous series too, right? Despite being at a deficit and seeming like, okay, well, things aren't always lining up, the moment he gains a little bit of confidence, he can find these quick kills. You know, sneakily getting underneath with that down tilt was very well done. A move that you just really didn't expect to come out. But instead, it's going to be Machu reversing there. Turnaround back air, shutting down the second stock of JD.
Yeah, the fact that he pulls out that last back air, too, he completely calls out the jump follow-up from JD at the same time, too. Machu, a little glimpse of hope here for San Jose State to try to take away this second game of this best of 3. JD rolling away, though. Already down to just about half, but at any point now, he could be able to find his start and take away the second stock from Machu. This is just too dangerous, though. Machu, he's been at 91% this entire time. JD, he's just facing an extremely safe Machu right now.
He really is. And you can tell he is struggling to find ways in. He's starting to throw out a lot of options. Up smash, down B.
way!
And he'll catch Machu uncharacteristically going in there. And that's going to forfeit stock number 2 off of Machu. He wants to try and answer back immediately, but the tech roll got JD to safety. And now it's reset once more.
No, I do like how JD was pressuring out Machu, though. Just a lot of just empty pressure from JD. Still making sure that Machu is kind of on his feet, kind of really on his feet to say the very least. Machu did react in a poor way in that last stock. Again, like you said, extremely uncharacteristic for the safe Machu, but JD now pressuring Machu once again, but not with any linear hits just yet. Machu did almost let go of shield, did almost have a crack in his shield. JD almost able to get him, but JD now worrying about having to get back to the ledge. 150 now. Machu has a full rage ahead of him in terms of JD. JD just needs an opening now, just needs a way to get in onto Machu and to take him away and to give his team the lead. But Machu, he's the one that has the ledge advantage. He's the one that has JD in the palm of his hands. That is San Jose State University staying on top.
And similar pacing to the first crew battle that we had here, right? Just a one stock lead here or there, but it is San Jose State who have maintained that lead, and Machu able to hold on there. Things looked a little dangerous for a time, but JD, they got some stocks off the board, but they were shut down eventually. Just too much percent to overcome. Had to play too carefully. With UC Riverside, you look at the characters that they have, it sort of tells a tale of, hey, overwhelming offense is what we want. We want to be pressuring. We want to be on your shield. We want the combos. But San Jose State is the opposite. It's the defense. It's the patience. It's about catching the mistakes. And right now, San Jose State, they are finding those windows. They're saying, hey, you're overextended right here. And it's at moments where UC Riverside are in the red too, so that extra knockback means even more.
Yeah, and again, that whole mentality does not stop going into this next game. With Greninja, potentially, we are going to be seeing, again, so many attempts to just get those combo starters, to just get the strings where they need to go, to get that 40-50% early on. Greninja, to me, still kind of struggles to kill, but in a matchup against someone like Wolf, shouldn't be struggling too much to even get those starters to begin with, but it's the rest of the set that I still have to, kind of worry about here. We're still looking at the Link, we're still looking at the Shulk right now. This is a matchup, or these next two matchups are going to be matchups where it's going to be extremely hard for them to get in, for them to get those combo starters. And at the end of the day, those one-off hits need to kind of be worth it. And I don't think with these next few characters, they're going to be that.
They're going to have to be really creative about how they get in. And, there's a difference between, going for something cheeky and then going for something wild, right? So we'll have to see which kind of path they opt to take here. Empty got shut down in the previous set, but only had 2 stocks to work with in the opener. And they were going up against Olego's Duck Hunt. So a little bit different of a matchup here, right? You're going up
just
against
a little
Wolf.
bit.
Just a little bit. you can still, like you mentioned, get in theory, get those combos a little bit easier, potentially get kills a little bit easier in terms of the floatiness of Wolf. The question is, again, how do they get in? Because Machu, like you've mentioned, very patient, and there's a lot of quick options for Wolf that are just very good get-off-me tools. Forward tilt, down tilt, up smash, another kill option. So you do have to be very careful here. I'm curious to see where we ended up going in terms of stage selection, because that could also make the difference.
Yeah, let's see where we're going. We are... Okay, the small battlefield is a little bit interesting here potentially for the Greninja. It's not as great potentially for the combos, or at least for the kills off combos. But Machu now, he's gonna have only a singular stock going into the rest of this game. Empty. Again, we saw him with a disadvantage last time. We could be seeing Empty for quite a while here as he has to take on Machu and potentially one more after this. Empty, you can already see the pressure onto Machu's shield. A couple of fares here and there, but still maintaining his distance. Empty is as safe as Machu is right now.
Yeah, looking for that one opening, right? The last thing you want to do is really give either player a strong opening window. Machu recognized that it wasn't going to get too much off of that down throw, but now a caught jump, and you saw Empty was looking for that air dodge back towards ledge, but it was just able to get through. Was Machu and escape that tricky situation? Now battling for center stage, another grab into a forward throw, and Empty forced to recover.
Empty... Again, just trying to get this one stock off. If he can stay clean here, he's really giving himself the best chance to showcase his skills here in CECC West. And last time we only saw him with only 2 stocks, and he was against a red-hot Olego. But this time instead, Empty finds his follow-up. Machu stays stuck to the platform, and at the end, it is the stage that kind of makes the difference here. Empty takes away his game, but now has a fresh opponent to deal with.
And I think that's why you end up going to small battlefield there, because that up smash, while it does cover the ledge, you force Wolf on a smaller stage, more interactions, more chances to get that stock off the board there. So I think a smart pick there by Empty, and very quickly able to shut down the second member of the San Jose State Spartans.
Yeah, and now we're looking at really the first time, I think, right? I think this is legitimately the first time that we are seeing an even game between these two teams. Even 3 stocks versus 3 stocks. Did we have one earlier on in our first game? I don't think we did. I don't think we did. I think everything was mainly at a disadvantage, and now we're looking at a clean 1v1 against Empty and Gustav. Very famously, these two players did not have the best of times in our last crew battle, or in the first game of this crew battle. So both of these guys looking for a healthy amount of redemption.
Yeah, and this should be interesting too. This is an odd matchup, because while you think, okay, Shulk's got the sword, he's going to outspace, it's hard in theory for Greninja to get in. Greninja does have those water shurikens and quick options like the side B to be able to challenge from a distance. And so not everything is safe here. Gustav does have to think a little bit harder about how they want to get in, how they want to, get the combos that they have. Can they walk Greninja across the stage as easily with forward air? Not likely. Even on a stage like this, I think this could be very dangerous for both sides, because like that up smash did, killing earlier on that platform, the sword can cover this platform really easily. And now on things like the up B out of shield that we saw Gustav go for a couple times, you're able to recover even faster.
No, it's even better too with just the standard moveset. Up tilt is still very, very strong for someone like Gustav on this map, on this stage. Empty, however, not exactly worrying about that right now. We're completely grounded so far in terms of our battle. Empty trying to get in, actually trying to throw off his opponent with a down air instead. But Gustav, really both players swinging for the hills, getting a couple back airs here and there, trying to see if they can really get any sort of combo starters going. Empty finally getting a grab, and that's really a situation where you want to see Greninja shine. Not able to get a follow-up, and Gustav instead almost reverses a huge hit onto Empty, but Empty still alive.
Got to be careful here with jump art too. The speed factor, almost able to get over and punish was Gustav, but instead they're stuffed out by that neutral air. Maybe an opportunity here, fighting for control of center stage. You get the down tilt, they're stuck on the platform, trying to read the roll out. It was roll in instead, so an empty or a window of opportunity gone by for Empty. Now both in the red here. Forward throw with smash art, it nearly killed there, forcing another low recovery. Very dangerous play on the outside of the stage here.
Now Gustav on shield. I mean, if it already wasn't tough for Greninja to kill, now it's become a task and a half. Gustav on shield has gotten away from shield and has gotten away from ledge, and Empty takes him away, period. Gustav is gone. Empty now up on his first stock still. Gustav just looking to take it away. Currently on the Smash Minato art, but not able to get one final hit. Still Empty at 125. How much more extra credit can he try to pull off? He's now at 130. Gustav chasing. Oh my goodness. He chases him all the way to the depths in an up B from below the ledge. Kills on top.
Yeah, a crazy interaction there off the stage there. I think it was a mistech that actually allowed that second hit to come through, and thus that stock is gone off the board. Empty only a minimal advantage here, and that all started too with Empty getting a combo and then shield art saving the day there, making sure that there was no other follow-up off the back of it. So Gustav right now at 53% and a chance here. They string 2 aerials together and they try and immediately go low, but Empty jumps, and he'll remember that for next time. Another counter comes through here, not shy to use that move to say, Empty, get off me.
Empty still very much putting on the pressure, and that's the 3rd counter already in this game. I mean, you already rarely see Shulks using the counter to begin with, but Gustav already nailing 3 so far in this game, and the Smash Minato art coming up big and taking away Empty at just about 90% to 100. Gustav still just down to about 80%, 90%. We should get our little production issues fixed in just a little bit, but with the things being a little bit dark in the room right now, with the lights being turned off, Empty still down to his last stock. You can see a semblance of Gustav still on his second. There goes the grab, but Empty sticking down low. It was just that up through. This is one of the toughest commentary jobs I've ever done. I'm not gonna lie. The lights are actually off.
There, I was gonna say, I was wondering, Empty, he's been hit by 3 counters. Surely he's thinking about using his own to try and take a stock here. It's great to use against sorties, especially when you're outranged like that. If they're just gonna swing wildly, you burst in, quick kill option, especially if they're in the red, and there it is. Even though the first one missed, the second one kills off the top, and all of a sudden, 1 stock apiece here, but the up air will catch Empty, and Gustav will shut down the Pokemon.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, you got to give it up to Empty for that last attempt to even begin with, because Gustav throwing out that up air, Empty was on his recovery. If Gustav misses that up air there, I mean, Empty gets an easy opening. That's a combo starter potentially that could be taking up another 30-40% there. But yeah, at the end of the day, it is Gustav taking that one away. The lights come back on. And all right, I think we can see the video game now. I think we're good to go. 2020 vision back up and going. But that is Gustav still sticking with the game plan here for San Jose State University, taking away his set, his even set, in a 3-stock versus 3-stock battle versus Empty. Empty goes down, and now we get the final representative once again for University of California, Riverside, and it's the all-dangerous Willow.
He took 6 stocks in that previous crew battle, but now he gets to go up against the anchor from that crew battle first. Only 1 stock on the Shulk, but like I said, there were many an opportunity that were missed upon by Willow or by Gustav in that previous series. A lot of edge guards that they could not quite connect on, those falling forward airs, the up B reversals. So if they're able to connect on those, all of a sudden it's not as easy of a task for Willow here. This is not just Willow gets this stock and things are back in tide. Gustav can make this very difficult here in this opener.
Gustav now, again, we saw 6 stocks to 3 going against our boy here in terms of Willow, but Gustav, again, we've already seen some magic from him when it comes to the counters, when it comes to just an overall Monado art usage. He does get a little bit slippery in terms of the shield art, but we need a little bit more than that, son. We have 3 stocks to 1 in terms of our situation here. Empty, of course, not Empty. Willow on our other side on the Luigi was consistently a hero, but he was known for his defensive mindset. Will that actually backfire against an aggressive Shulk?
He was very good at spacing around the shield, and like you mentioned, using the projectiles, the Zair, the Fireball, to stuff out these approaches from Gustav. Make sure he couldn't just wall his way in with aerials like he's doing right now. He looked for an early play there with the smash art forward smash, but Willow able to get around that and get themselves back onto stage, giving them a shot here. And now at 79%, I mean, we saw from Willow not shy of kill power with things like the tornado and back air.
Willow does find the back air. Gustav is trying to find the backslash, but ends up getting parried out once again. Shield art does come out, and Willow, yet another back air, and the shield art goes away milliseconds before the hit comes in. Gustav is gone and not able to get his revenge. That was the all-important task there for Willow being accomplished. He makes it past the little bit of a heart attack, I guess, facing up a guy with only 1 singular stock, but he makes it to the final game with even stocks. We get yet another even battle, 3 stocks to 3 stocks to close things off. And not yet another one, by the way. Willow started the last one, 2 stocks to 3, but now we get an even finish to this game.
And this is going to be a wild finish, too. Likely the Link coming out here to round things out.
Wow. I
gotta commend, though, Willow, the fact that I think that I want to go back and see a replay of that last sequence, because backslash hits the backside of Willow, and backslash, when it hits the backside of a character, right, does more damage. I think that actually gave Willow the rage on that back air to kill. I think if he was at any less percent, there's a chance that that Gustav is able to survive and get back to stage. So a weird sequence there, one that Willow ends up taking stock off anyway, but
yeah,
it leads to this even battle here. And a reminder, if this is a victory for Willow, then UCR have won the grand finals and are on to Texas. But if not, we could have a third set if Sonam is able to bring things back.
Sonam was a little bit of a hero in our last series. Can he do the same now? Willow is known as the Giant, as the person to beat here in our crew battle, but Willow already getting smacked around a little bit. Sonam Slash, your captain, coming in for San Jose State University, trying to keep his team in this game. Willow for UC Riverside is getting in those Zairs again, is getting in that pressure. At the moment, Sonam Slash, or not those Zairs, excuse me, is getting in those fireballs. Finally does pull out the plunger, but the plunger was something that we saw so much off the ledge a little bit earlier on. It was essentially what ended up winning him the final game of our first game. But here comes, again, Sonam Slash is up against the ropes in terms of the damage, but is back into neutral.
Back into neutral. And they haven't been as reliant on those projectiles, and it's allowed Willow to, I think, get this early lead. Sticks himself to the wall, but he got the tech off the bomb here. This is a back throw coming in from Sonam. Down throw, another good tech here from Willow to survive, but the fact that they are off stage for so long, look at the percents, it's all of a sudden back to even, and the up smash, they fall out of the multi-hit, that's everything, down air, they look for back air there instead to try and send them off to the right, a DI mix-up, but instead, it's Sonam able to escape, and now they've got Luigi back off stage again.
Oh no! Is Willow fine? No, they're not! Barely a hit from Sonam to knock Willow off his trajectory. Side B not able to get him back, and now Sonam up instead on Willow. Willow down to the second stock, but not for long. There goes Willow taking down Sonam. We are at even stocks, 2-2. This is huge now. UC Riverside, again, 2 stocks away from making it to Texas. San Jose State want to hold on, but Willow looking for a flight to Texas.
Both players are playing with such confidence. You do not fast fall off that platform that far beneath the ledge if you are not feeling confident. And then the 0 to death comes through from Willow. They're able to get the combo and able to take that stock off the board. It's 2-1 here. Last chance for Sonam. He's got to take 2 off of Willow without taking too much here. But here comes the combo. Just barely able to escape. He'll take a forward smash punish, but it's so much damage already done.
Yeah, okay, grenade right below Willow right now. This is still very possible here for Sonam at 58%. Still a little bit of room for error here for Sonam. But not only that, Sonam is not stopping the reign of terror by any means, not stopping that pressure by any means, staying off stage no matter the situation in terms of stocks. That double hit from Willow, though, extremely dangerous. Sonam trying to make it in against the plungers. The Zairs are doing so well here for Willow. It's what won him the last game, but not this time. Willow, 125, makes it back up with the up B. Sonam, 90%, still on that last stock. Willow holding on to the second stock. Fair coming in for Sonam. Sonam still safe, back into neutral. One hit onto Willow will do it. And indeed, Sonam gets the hit. And we're down to final stocks for both of these two teams.
Survivability so key right now. How long did Willow spend off stage? But he was able to get so much extra credit off the back of it. 105 now. That up smash nearly killing Sonam. 26 onto Willow here. Staying low underneath this platform, looking for their opening. They need one killing blow. One strong hit should do the trick here. And they're looking for these back airs. Knocks them off stage here. An opportunity. The Zair, but the bomb recovery will get Sonam back. The roll away here gives them an opportunity once more. Holding shield. They go for the forward smash, but no punish comes through.
No way! Sonam still able to get the boomerang in. Willow down to just about 70%. Sonam once again. Yet another up B, keeping him in the game. Sonam aiming for the hills. Willow doesn't land into it. Just one hit, Willow. One hit will take you to Texas. Back air from Willow. University of California, Riverside. The Highlanders are headed to Texas for the second year in a row.
What an unbelievable run from the Highlanders. I mean, they were trailing in stocks in 2 crew battles. They were trailing through most of this series, but Willow comes up clutch again and again. And there were so many little things throughout that series that you could nitpick and say, hey, if this goes differently, if that goes differently, but Willow was able to find the right answer just so many times and keep himself alive, keep his team alive and win this grand finals.
What more can you say? Willow stands on top as your hero from this series, your hero from this tournament. And this is a team, we're looking at a University of California Riverside that had everything going against them in this series. Simple as that. They had disadvantages going into the last two games, both of the first two games, right? We also had what was the stock disadvantage for them at the beginning of the set. They had to come back from losers bracket. They already played another crew battle earlier today already. After a long and grueling battle from UCR, they have done it again. They are your back-to-back CECC Western Conference champions. And Soy, like we've been hyping up this whole time, they're headed to Texas.
Yeah, and that's going to be so fun. I mean, they got to go last year. I think their run was cut a little short by some of the upper echelon, but the fact that they have the chance to go here, and now they've got that experience. Now they know what they're getting themselves into. Now they have a little bit more time to prepare. It's going to be so much fun to watch this team work and grow, especially with the lineup that they've got. I mean, you look at the cast of characters. These are some explosive characters that they've got. You do not want to give this team momentum.
No, this team's going to be hype to watch on stage, but you got to give it up to SJSU, though. They gave, as we like to say, right, that good old college try for this one, but it really was close games down the board. Everyone had their moments in that series. I mean, there wasn't a single player who you could call out as being sort of a kind of a low light for this team in comparison to UCR. I mean, they needed Willow to step up to the plate at the end of these series. I didn't think SJSU had a single player where you could say was more prioritized more than another. We did have Sonam coming up at the very end, being a consistent player for us. But at the end of the day, everyone from SJSU ended up impressing in their own individual ways. And we hope to, of course, see them back again next season. But the team headed to Texas, the team headed to Arlington on land is none other than University of California Riverside and the Highlanders Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Team. Ladies and gentlemen, our broadcast is not done by any means. We still have one game to go, and it's that little child game that I may be known for, but y'all guys will have fun for that next one. It's Valorant coming up next after the break. Welcome back, everybody. We promised a little bit of Valorant, but it'll take a little bit more time than that for us to get things ready over in the child game land. So instead, let's stick things here once again with Super Smash Brothers and the fact that we have a champion to talk to. We have none other than maybe stepping up to the board to talk to us here about their performance, about about this last game, and about the fact that you guys are two-time champions. Talk to me about the difference between the fact that, you guys won last year with a slightly different roster. What is different about this year's win to you, and is there anything special?
So this year was a little bit different just because we have a lot of new players. You can see them all behind me. I think this year it was really helpful. We decided to play kind of in person this year instead of just all playing online. I think that really helped. So all of us are in my apartment, my small apartment. There's 6 of us here. But I think the roster is still solid. Me and Willow are both anchored like both years, and we got it done.
So for this set in particular, because you guys had played them earlier today, that series went 2-1 against you guys. What were the adjustments? I guess without giving away too much info, what adjustments did you guys make to pull out this 2-0 victory?
I think it was a few things. One is we played JD instead of Zane or Clat. I think just matchup-wise, Falcon does better versus their cast than Ice Climbers or Wii Fit, and he's just more stable character. And I think last time the real reason we lost was mental. It just it's hard to come back sometimes. And last time when we played in uppers, I had beat Sonam, and we felt like because we beat Sonam, who was the issue for us that first game, that it was being an easier game, and then we kind of just let the foot off the gas, and we almost got slapped by a Lego. And then that's kind of what happened, but we came back and we won.
Run me through kind of the emotions through just your day entirely, because you guys did qualify a little bit earlier today off stream, and you guys of course did pull off 2 incredible comebacks. And well, I say you guys, right, but Willow was the one that dragged you guys through the finish line. So what was it like sitting on the couch and watching this guy play?
It was, so we got here all at my apartment. We played earlier at 1:30 versus New Mexico University, or University of New Mexico. We beat them before, and it was just kind of, I think, the same pattern. We had kind of the counter picks that I don't think they were ready for. I pulled out the Diddy Kong, and I think I do very well versus all of their characters. So I think it was just that, and then with Willow, I mean, I always trust Willow to do whatever they need to do to win, and I think knowing here, they told me, if it comes down to me and Sonam, I got it, or if it comes down to me and Gustav, I got it, and they had it. And it was just, I know yesterday there was a little bit of a choke from Willow, but they're kind of reminding them to just play one stock at a time instead of just thinking about, oh, I need to take 6, I need to play, I can't lose a stock here, just play your game.
And you guys play your game well. You come out with the victory here 2-0, and now you guys are headed to Texas. And having been there last year, what are you kind of looking forward to? What's your goal headed to Texas in the future?
Last year at Texas, it didn't really go how we wanted it to go. I think we had a rough seed. We got double jeopardied by UT Houston. And I think our problem last year wasn't that we didn't have kind of enough firepower. I don't think our team was as well rounded as them. So, even though our best players could go kind of 1 for 1, it was just the 3rd, 4th, 5th best players kind of needed to pull a little more weight. And this year I think we have a very well rounded team, and we should go farther. I don't know what group we're in, or I haven't looked who we're playing yet. But I think we can. I just want to make it deeper and play more teams. I feel like we really only played 2 teams last year, and I feel like we lost a team who got 3rd twice and we got 9th, and I don't think they really saw kind of how strong we were as a team, just because we just lost to a 3rd place team twice. We were in a pool with the 1st place and 3rd place team. There was not much we could do.
Well, that's the run for y'all. That's what's the past is the past. You guys are now looking forward towards Texas, but let's look one more time towards the past for you guys. You guys have plenty of people to thank. I would like to thank you guys have plenty of people on your team other than the 4 players. So give your shout outs wherever you need to give them, whether it be family, whether it be friends, or to the rest of your staff. The floor is yours.
I'd like to just say thank you to Highlander Gaming. I'm the head of esports this year, but we don't get any school funding, so all of this is just through passion and what we can do as a club and a group. And everyone in the club has been so supportive of all of us. I mean, everyone here for showing up. All of us came. All of us were very kind of selfless about who gets to play, who wants to play, who can do what. And I think we all just believe in each other, and we all just trust each other. So just thank you to everyone at UCR.
Incredible. Thank you so much for your time. And again, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is officially it for our broadcast. Again, we did have one last thing to kind of go through, but it was a very pleasurable thing to go through because hearing from the winner's perspective there and the fact that they did have to go through some trials and tribulations in the last year to make it back to where they are today, it's very nice to hear and very much looking forward to see what goes down in Arlington, Texas when the CECC finals go down. But so yeah, that's it for us, bud.
Yeah, and what a day it was. I mean, what a series, right? The West qualifiers always deliver, and UCR love the storyline of, hey, we didn't really bring our best. We felt like now we get to show it off for round 2.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that run will be happening just around the corner. We do have our other representatives joining them in terms of that first seed, and it's stacked. You have, of course, UC Riverside right there, but right next to them, Winthrop, Fisher, and Northwood. It's a stacked rosters to say the very least. The competition down in Arlington is going to be hot, and ladies and gentlemen, y'all don't want to miss it. But our night is not over once again. We will be having Valorant action coming up at a specific time, mind you. We are going to go off live. We are going to go offline. We are going to kind of wait for this match to kind of start up at 7 p.m. Pacific time, at 10 p.m. Eastern time. We are going to get San Jose State University stepping up to the plate once again, facing off against Simon Fraser University for the grand finals of Valorant. That's a lot to get off my chest. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for watching us for the night. The broadcast is done for now, but once again, we will be back in a couple of hours for Valorant. Thank y'all for watching Smash. We'll see y'all next time.